Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, May the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, Mr. Green. A little reservoir of dogs. We are in for a big open, guys. Look at the SPY. We're in for a big gap up open. Now, will it maintain itself? But we are in for a big open. Interesting. China stocks are up. If you take a look at KWEB, sort of the proxy for most of them. Take a look at KWEB. So most of the China stocks, I'm not going to go over individual stocks, but the China stocks are up. Also, Zach, you probably know this also, and others. I guess Spruce Point is coming up with another blasting of some company today. I got their email last night with their tease that we are going to blast another company. He's an idiot? Okay. Well, let's take advantage of it if it happens for a bit. MITQ. So we've got a lot of little earnings plays, guys. MITQ is when I say little, I'm talking about low price ones. So this is an earnings play. MITQ, little gap up, low float, 7.5 million in the float. JMIA. Released earnings this morning, JMIA. I don't even know why we don't have any float information on them. BRDS, birds, BRDS. Another little earnings play. Up 28%. That's a lot of volume. It's not a crazy low float, 52 million in the float. But, ever since it's, well, I don't know if this is an IPO or a SPAC. But anyway, ever since that month, it has just sunk. Auto, this is a big gap down. I think this is almost an all-time low. I think this is an earnings play. Auto, yes. So it's almost an all-time low. Auto. This could be interesting. GLBE. This is another earnings play, and interesting in that it is, it's not a dollar stock. It's a $14 stock, and it's on all-time low. It's having a little bit of a pop. So definitely waiting for this market to open to see if it just maintains this. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see a nice little run here. I'd love to see just it holding in this area and maybe breaking down through 14 at some point for a nice short, potentially a nice short. There's 600,000 available Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. ON is an earnings play. And this is kind of interesting, perhaps. The next high looking left is 25.26. So it's not quite $2 away from the current price. It did pop up to 25, pull back a little bit. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. It's AMR. Thank you. 20%. This could be interesting. Paramount, P-A-R-A. Of course, it got all slammed when Netflix came up with their earnings. And of course, most of the streaming services just really sunk. But it's having a nice little comeback here, up almost 10%. And Paramount Global and Citi surge after Berkshire, I'm sure it's Berkshire Hathaway discloses new stake. So I guess Berkshire is putting some money in here into Para, or has put money into Para. So that is a bit of a shot in the arm. Let's take a look at this high over here, 3067. So, and the high over here is 3108. Yeah, so I mean, it's at a very interesting level, and that is the para. Yeah, Zach posted that one about the NNDM earlier. Problem I have with it is, let's see, you got up to three, and what do we see here? Three, so, I mean, listen, anything's possible, I guess. It's a huge float, though, 258 million in the float, so I mean, I know it's up 10% now, but it's going to take a bunch to move it. I just have this feeling it's going to really, really stall around three. SE, a little more expensive one. This is an earnings play. Nice big gap up for it, 12%. This is an earnings play, SE. Another one near an all-time low, ALLT is another earnings play, another small one. Close to an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is right around here, 460. And MVST is another little one gapping up on earnings. Now this has a little bit of room. Let's see, 424. That's the next high looking left. If we can get through all of that, then 526 or so. And I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but at least it's got some room. Okay, now I said I wouldn't talk about individual China stocks, but I guess I will. Okay, here's FUTU. I mean, again, if you want to partake in looks like there's a China surge today. You can keep an eye on KWeb. As opposed to looking at individual stocks. But FUTU, there's a nice gap up. XPEV, BILI. This is not China. Freeport. Wonder how U.S. Steel is doing, because this is a nice little gap up for Freeport FCX. See how U.S. Steel is doing. X. Yeah, so X and FCX are doing well, pretty well. I see that our trade of the week took a little bit of a hit here. I don't know. I mean, it's still viable, I guess. What was the trigger? 1184 yesterday. It got up to 1225 or 1230, 1217. After hours, it was still around that area. A lot of that, as was pointed out yesterday, was to do with India banning wheat. So has there been a change in that? Boy, these are tough traders. I mean, every day, ranges for this XPEV. My guess is that LI is doing virtually the same thing. Yes. And of course, NIO, probably the same thing. Yep. So all the China stocks, as we speak, are popping. No, all. Most of them are popping. So do we believe this pop is going to last, or do we fade the pop? Because this market is, I mean, this is one of the larger gaps we've seen on the upside for a while. Meanwhile, ONON is starting to sink here. OLONON starting to sink somewhat. Again, this is an earnings play. All right, let me see if I'm getting my upgrades and downgrades this morning from, yes, there they are, briefing.com. You forsake me yesterday. All right, I've got my excuse me, my upgrades and downgrades. Or forsook me yesterday. Okay, well, we have a few more upgrades and downgrades this morning, so let's take a look at some of them. Well, we have some upgrade for Tesla. Upgrade for Shake Shack. I haven't seen that one for a long time. Shake Shack, SHAK. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. Don't see any multiple upgrades. Let's see if there are any multiple downgrades. Okay, I see a downgrade by Nerdy, NRD. Did I mention that one? I've got it on my list. It's an yeah, it's an all-time low. I don't know why Goldman cares about this one. NRDY. It's so cheap. It's an earnings play, and plus it's been downgraded by Goldman. That is Nerdy. Take a look at Nerdy right now. NRDY. Why do they get involved in something like this? Makes no sense to me. Maybe, maybe. Anyway, this is an all-time low, and tons of shares available to short, 2.7 million at Interactive Brokers. So that's not going to be an issue, and this is right now sitting at an all-time low. You know, I really changed the way I look at shorts. I used to never ever take a short of something under $20. I just didn't think we'd get the move. But man, oh man, I mean, there have been some really good little shorts, you know, the stocks under $5, under even $3 that move, you know, 70 or 80 cents. And I mean, it's all about the percentage move. I mean, that's what it's really all about. You know, the one from the AI yesterday, BRLT, that one, now it wasn't quite, you know, it was a sub $5 stock. By the way, guys, what you're seeing here is I kept these I kept in the simulator, kept these overnight. Okay. So for instance, we took this little long trade in URA, which is the URA, which is the uranium ETF, held it overnight. The IMMR held it overnight. So I was just trying to show you how you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Yeah, GLBE is probably my main focus because you know, it's got that. I just wish it weren't running up like this. Problem because it's going to have to. Well, in my opinion, see, look at that. Look at the The pre-market low is 1371, 1368 or so. So it's popped a dollar off that, and it may be because the market is gapping up. So it's going to help some of these, even though this is an earnings play, and in theory it should trade completely on its own. But because what I have found is that these ones that, ideally this would have stayed right around 14, and then the market opened, and then it would have broken down through 14, and that would have been it. We probably could have taken a short there. Doesn't mean we can't take a short, but I just don't have the same confidence level that it could just sort of chop around somewhat. So a couple of those last week, that were all-time lows, because remember, all-time lows are only calculated for normal market hours, and then they sort of were they ran a little bit pre-market before the market opened, and then they just didn't take out the lows. But we'll see. It's not a crazy low float. Israeli stock. It's not a crazy low float. 56 million in the float. Let's take a look at I can guarantee, though I haven't checked to see what energy is doing this morning. But when we take a look at their sectors, the major sectors, so I clicked on new from our toolbar, and then I went to channel bar, and then sector status. So these are the major sectors. And look at the green, guys. Look at that green. Everything is green. Everything. I haven't seen a day like this for a long time. So what you're seeing here, XLE, the major energy ETF, these are the stocks that make up XLE. That 100%, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. And you can just tell not virtually, every single sector is up. All the major ETFs are up 100%. Look at tech, 95%, communications, 85%. Of course, this can change. If we have a fade market, all this will change. But right now, we haven't seen something like this for a while. Freeport's on the run here, guys. FCX is on the run here. This is a huge float. Almost 1.5 billion in the float. This could be a bit of a mover even with that float. So it's got a little bit of pop. I don't see any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason. Okay, so I do see some news that happened yesterday. They talk about the Chile copper mines. Freeport will likely avoid drastic changes in the way they conduct business in Chile. So I don't know if that is that's contributing, but that was yesterday. And I don't know if that's contributing to this little pop here. And again, that is also, US Steel is also kind of doing the same thing. Obviously, nothing to do with Chile. But look at this. The 200-day moving average is 26.45. Okay, well, that's actually far enough away. Okay, we have a little bit of movement in net, Cloudflare, a little bit of movement in net, NET. High yesterday was, wow, that's got some room, guys. This had Yeah, this has some room. I mean, look at the high yesterday was almost $65. So this is at 60 right now. So this has got some room. Remember one of yesterday's flyers, just kaput, DTST. So we did have a rally at the end of the day. Certainly had a rally. I mean, the Dow was just up modestly. Dow was, or Nas was still down. SPY was down a little, but we did have a bit of a rally. And the rally is continuing. Boy, that's a big, that's a big pop for the SPY right now, guys. Look at that level right here. Are we going to leave 400 behind? I wasn't going to mention this AUVI. I just don't think this is going to do much. I mean, it say they've got some kind of a multi-million dollar inclusion. You see, yeah, you see, it's the wording of these press releases. They announced the inclusion in a multi-million dollar contract offering. But if you just sort of read this, unless I'm reading this wrong, you know, people always say, well, this is a multi-million dollar contract for this AUVI, but it's an inclusion in a multi-million dollar contract. So who knows how much they're getting. Morning, Ryan. I didn't mention this one, PPSI, guys. This is another little earnings play. PPSI, I might have to keep an eye on it. PPSI. Problem is, well, it's got some resistance right where it is, kind of right where it is. It's at 405 right now. Look at the daily chart, and you can sort of see, between there and 420, looks like there's pretty tough resistance. The issue, though, is only 2.6 million in the float. So this is going to trade the float multiple times today. It's already traded 3.3 million, only 2.6 million in the float. So it's traded the float already. Sorry. So PPSI, another one to perhaps keep an eye on. Give me a moment here. Well, I discounted the SPAC. I did see a couple. I discounted. There was another one from I think EF Hutton, which was not a low floater. It was like 153 million. The only one I saw two. I think OKYO and one other one perhaps, but certainly the OKYO could be absolutely insane because of what 600,000 shares they're issuing. So that could be absolutely insane. Now, I heard you guys talking about Vidu. Is that a, but I thought, is this actually an IPO today? Or is this, somebody was saying this was in Canada, but is it a Canadian IPO or is it listing on the US exchange also? Okay, okay. Oh, in that case, I'll put the alert. How many shares? Any idea? I didn't see that one yesterday, I don't think. Must be 4 million, thank you. And what is the projected price? $4, thank you. Okay, so, and one last thing, who's behind it? If you know that. Not that are, Joe, okay, don't know them at all. Okay. Put down stone. Okay, let's see what happens. Boy, this upstart is still recovering after that disastrous, earnings release of a few days ago. It's still modestly recovering. UPST. How's Weber doing? Weber had a tremendous day yesterday on the recovery side. Now look where it got down to. It got down to 571 and it closed way up here at 717. I mean, that's a great percentage move. So hopefully I'll be able to pay a little more attention to my gap continuation or reversal scans today, or the alerts I get from them. And we're just going to put in the test drive link one more time. You can still sign up for it. You won't get obviously 10 days, but if you sign up now, you'll get the balance of today. So that'll give you approximately 9 days with trade ideas, part of our premium, and for $11.11. Again, you want to try this out, you'll get 9 days. And this is what it looks like. Okay, $11.11. So you will not get 10 days, you'll get 9 days. So we don't have free demos. So this is about as close as you're going to get. We do this 4 times a year. So if you want to try us out, now's a good time to do it. I see Delta's putting on a little bit of a move. I still can't get behind these airlines. Let's take a look at the ETF for the industry. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to pop a little bit. All right, guys, less than a minute before the market opens. Where's William? Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30. And try to let things settle down just a little bit. Okay, we are now open. And the market, well, hasn't caught up yet, but the Dow's up 387. There we go. Nas is up 240. SPY's up 60 so far. How's that GLBE doing? Yeah, you see, I mean, this is now a tremendous bounce now. So much for well, that's why we wait. I didn't want to anticipate it was going to drop, but look at that bounce for GLBE. Is there a reason I cannot download the default layout? No, there shouldn't be a reason. Did you create a layout and then give it a, this is my recommendation, guys, anyway. If you create a layout, give it another name. Don't save it as a default. Just give it another name. Now, I can't tell you why you can't load your default layout. I mean, if you file, load layout, and one of them, I don't know if one of them, I don't even know where default is. I've never used a default layout. So I don't know. I mean, I've got something called default layout. Understand that I've never used it. I always give my layouts a name. But can you load any layout? If you click on File, actually, if you click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, let's make sure you can load, the layouts from the channel bar. Make sure there's nothing going on with your account, number one. So again, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then pick any layout there. So what you've got just is a blank screen. You've got the toolbar, but just a blank screen. I might have to send you to our tech support if that is the issue, because I really can't help you. But my advice always, guys, is if you create a layout, give it a name. My first layout, or just give it a name. I never ever ever saved anything as a default layout. I just find it that loaded. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with your account. So again, if you go File, Load Layout, do you not see something that says default layout anywhere? I see here default layout. If you don't, I'm not sure how I can help you. You might have to go to our support. And I'll send you there now. You go to our home page. Okay, go to our home page and start a discussion and say I can't load my default layout or something like that. All right, guys, that first 15-minute candle, that could tell the story here. Are we going to hold? That's a big gap, okay? But are we going to hold it, or are we going to have some giant red candles to take us down? If you see it, then what happens when you click on it? Boy, what a bounce for this GLBE. I mean, this could go positive. I mean, it's got a ways to go, but my goodness, what a bounce for this GLBE. It's a buy rating from Jeffries. What sort of price target? Okay, so when you load that, if you see nothing, then I guess what somehow, I don't know what you did when you saved, but you must have not saved it correctly. So there's not much I can help you with. If you think you saved something as a default, but it's not there, the only thing I can suggest is, maybe recreating I don't know what sort of layout you had before, if it's not too much of a hassle to recreate it. And then when it comes time to save it, File, Save or Share to Cloud, click on entire and give it a name and save it. And then it's in the cloud. You cannot lose it if it's in the cloud. You can go to our homepage and start a discussion. Also, maybe they can look at your account and see something, but it's hard I can't help you. So important to save things to the cloud, guys. You know, you do anything. If you create a little alert window or a top list window, save everything to the cloud. If you have a layout, save it to the cloud. You'll never lose it. Yeah, Para is Buffett, yes, or Berkshire, yes. Oops. Well, you may have overwritten somehow. You may have overwritten the default with nothing. I mean, that's all I can think of. Yeah, look at Para, guys. Look at Para go. Holy smokes. Actually, I was reading in the something in my pre-market, and it was showing. I guess the major funds, have to disclose their holdings, and they went and obviously, and I do recall seeing Berkshire with Para. So yeah, so I can go to the home. Click on that link that I put up there. Go to our home page and start it and ask a question. It's virtually impossible for me to know what you did. All I can say is in the future, give your layouts a name. Don't save it to default. Give them a name so that it doesn't doesn't confuse it with default. In my opinion, anyway. With all the years I've had the program, I've always given my layouts just a different name. I'm just going to flatten these two trades from yesterday. These are in the simulator. Well, so much for ONON, guys. ONON is doing the reverse of GLBE. Wow. I mean, you know what? I mean, I was kidding. I mean, it could go positive. So ONON had a big gap up on earnings, and it has just completely faded. GLBE had a big gap down on earnings, and look at what it's done. But that's why, I wait. I'm not trying to anticipate that this was going to be a great short. How big was your layout that you thought you were saving, Tom? I mean, how big was it? Well, what are, again, what a recovery for this GLBE. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts and seeing if anything interesting is happening. I see DraftKings is getting a bit of a lift here. DKNG getting a bit of a lift. Of course, they was it Jeffries or Piper Sandler? I can't remember which one. Put a $60 price target on it yesterday. Got up to 1347. Well, then, Tom, just start from scratch. And as I just saying, I mean, you go to our toolbar, and I go to our toolbar. You can check out the layouts there. You can start if you know how to extract some scans from the tool from the channels in the toolbar that you might like, and then you can create a layout just from those scans. Wow, I mean, this is how much more it just needs another $1.26 before it gets to yesterday's low. Amazing. No, that is not normal, Marco. There must have been something that you unfortunately did wrong when you saved. I mean, I've got dock windows here. So it's so hard for me to understand, without seeing exactly what you did. Um, did you save the dock windows to the cloud? As I constantly repeat, I'm not picking on you, Marco, but just constantly repeat anything that you do, be it a single alert window or you create a docked window, save them to the cloud. Okay. And then save your overall layout to the cloud. Okay. Because what if you'd save the dock window to the cloud? All right. So if you bring back that dock window, you're saying like it's so hard for me to know what you did, of course. I mean, I don't know what the steps, but I can well, 99.9% guarantee that if I save my layout right now, all my docked windows and everything is going to be saved. So here's a gap down and reverse, guys. The Veru, which is of course super active, it seems every day. This is a virus play. What's the market doing? The market is holding, guys, holding. No giant. We didn't get a giant red candle to lead off. We're fading a little bit, but not a giant red candle. All right, how is Peloton doing? PTON. Okay, we have a couple just showing up in the AI right now. Now this one I have no idea. This is a warrant. Looks like this is a warrant for Hertz. HTZWW. Yeah, these are warrants, so kind of a little bit crazy that that's in here, but it is. And of course, the NNDM had the news about a big buyback. So again, use it like a watch list. Now, that's a very tight stop. 25-cent stop on a $41 stock. So, but it's still in play. So you can see what happened. Well, it's not taken out right now, but you can see what happened. That's a pretty tight stop for a $41 stock. All right, guys, we're in a bit of a gap up and reverse mode now as the SPY starts to drift down. So your China stocks, take a look at KWeb. I guess is that KWeb is starting to give it up. Yep, there it is. There's a big red candle. So China stocks. Well, this is what a disaster. AUTO lifetime low almost. This is even a little too and I know it's shortable for me, but this is even too cheap for me to short. You know, this ONON, it looks like it's going to go negative, or has it already gone negative? Not quite. So we're starting to see some of these. This is another China stock, a gap up and reverse. TCOM, we have Billy, BILI. So we're starting to get some, as the market starts to drift down, we're starting to get some gap up, stocks that gapped up, and now are starting to reverse with the market. Except for Viru. Look at Viru. So that was a gap. See, that was a gap down and huge reversal for Viru, VERU. Watching this Billy to see if it rejects 22. Doesn't look like it is. So a little bit of froth. Right, Viru is just almost at yesterday's high now. And the big one would be taking out the 2 day ago high. Yesterday's high was 1464. The high before that was 1515. I mean, the news they're going to be presenting at the Wainwright Global Investment Conference. All right, Snap. Snap is actually a bit of a gap up and go, guys. Gap up and go. The next high looking left is 2480. So after that, it would be 25. So it's got a little, to me, it's just got too much resistance between here and 25. I mean, if it could ever get through 25, then the next high over here is 27. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert right around 25 and see if it takes that out. And then it's got a couple of dollars before the next high. So with this NNDM, first of all, it's a huge float. This is my problem with it is right there is 309. So, hey, I mean, it may just accelerate right through, but that's a massive float. So, I mean, the alert is at 292. It's at 302. I mean, if it gets through that 310, 309. Boy, oh boy, this GLBE, it's crazy, crazy action. I mean, this was basically an all-time low right down here and just a complete and utter recovery. Well, yeah, I mean, this has to. I mean, now we have some topping tails up here for GLBE. I mean, I am just. I mean, this had to mean something that it had the big gap down, but not to start anyway. And we've got a couple of topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Now, why do I have an alert for figs at $10? Must have been this. Oh, I see. Okay, FIGS. So there's a high. Well, 1035. I guess maybe I wanted to know about it if it got close to that high. Boy, this GLB is so interesting. The longer it holds under 18, I'm sticking an alert right around here at 80 or so. Well, it's not. Boy, it's still strong. I'm watching to see if it takes out 18 again. Is the GLBE? Cat and mouse right now, guys, or the GLBE right around that 18 level. What's the high over here? 1825. Okay. Down goes Billy, BILI, guys. Wow. All right. Well, that is still got some strength. GLBE still has some strength. Again, I thought I was kidding. It could go positive. Well, if it hadn't done this in the pre-market, and basically been almost at an all-time low, I mean, for all those reasons it did this, in theory, they're still in effect. I mean that's all I'm. But that's why we wait. That's why we wait. I didn't try to anticipate it was going to do it. And as Zach said, 1750 was kind of a key level. Indo moving. Okay, guys, here we go. Ah, son of a. Oh, son of a, son of a, son of a, son of a. Anyway, guys, I just tried to get this one, this OKYO. It just released, and it got halted. It got halted almost immediately. We'll see if that's a good thing that it didn't get it. Mm. Again, this is not for newbies, okay? This is entertainment purposes only. If you're new to trading, this is a crazy, crazy, crazy low float IPO today. And you know what? I don't even know why it didn't even trigger. I don't know why it didn't trigger my price alerts. Well, it did trigger it, but I didn't see it pop up on my screen. Am I crazy? So, so the IPO price was around 5. So it's right around that price. So actually, that might be a good thing that I didn't get it. We'll see, because it didn't. It's not like it popped way above the IPO price. Yeah, so we'll see now. All right, GLB now is starting to fall somewhat. Price was 4. Okay, I had written down 5, so maybe I was wrong. So this is what we're looking at, and if this opens way above this 5, I'll be so ticked off. I mean, I went as quickly as I could. I mean, I tried to get that as quickly as I could, but it was. I think it opened and it was basically halted on the open. So what you're seeing here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, and nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt price, 495. This right here is the theoretical projected open, okay, which changes. You know, it says right now 510, 510. You got halted 4 seconds after 10 o'clock. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open, 4 seconds after 10:05. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, I'm going to be. All right, this is a gap down and reverse for MAXR. And the next high looking left is 29.27. So this has got some room, guys. 29.97. It's got some room. So I don't know if it's an uplisting or not, or it's a true IPO. I really don't know. See if it says if it's an uplisting. I don't see that it says it's an uplisting. It says it's an IPO. It does say that. And according to others, it's like 500,000 shares. Well, it is now obviously more than a 5-minute halt. It's more than a 5-minute halt. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Usually they're multiples of 5. If not 5, then it'll be 10. Yeah, so this is what we have here. And this is not the be all and the end all, but it says 600,000 shares. Yeah, I had that written down wrong. That was 4. It says 600,000 shares. So that's in this IPO calendar here. Whatever it is probably going to blast higher without me. Boy, I tell you, that GLBE shorting is tough right now. Still, it is strong. All right, guys. So remember the XPEVs and the NIOs and the LIs and the China stocks were all moving higher. Now look at them. How's Queb doing? KWEB. Yeah, it's okay. There's that 945 candle. So that's the second 15-minute candle. And so a lot of China stocks are probably going to look something like that. All right. Well, can it take out 18? GLBE. VWAP is wow, 1730. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we're definitely in drift down mode now. I mean, SPY is still up, but we're definitely in drift down mode. We haven't had a green candle since the open on the 15. Nothing huge, but SPY is helping, yes, on the GLBE. Look at Snap. I mean, I just mentioned Snap just look at, well, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, was popping up, a gap up and go. Now this is just reversing. So look at this. I mean, well, this is what I thought could happen because the market was up so much. We're going to get a lot of gap up and reverses. And that's what we're having now. A lot of gap up and reverses. Except, wow, look at this ALBO. Didn't see this at all in the pre-market. Yeah, this is actually an earnings play. ALBO, and this is getting closer and closer to an all-time low. ALBO, earnings play. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, well, yeah, I just got halted again. Sugar, I was just gonna. Never mind. It's got halted again, guys. OKYO just got halted again. Well, you can see why they're kind of fun, but whew, well, that was, I mean, we were prepared for it, but even being prepared for it, it just was way too quick. And it did not open on a 5 minute interval. You're right. It opened on a, I saw one yesterday, it did the same kind of thing. It opened after about 6 minutes. So who knows? Maybe they're changing the rules such as they are. That was more like an 11 minute. The Alp, I was looking at it, but that spread is tough. Well, it was tough. When I looked at it, it was about a 30 cent spread. All right, GLBE finally give up 18 for good. What is the next low looking left for this one on the weekly chart? 20, is that right? We're at 2146 right now. Okay, so 2173, so it's below that. And then 2030, so it still has some room. It does still have some room. Well, why would it hit 22? I mean, I get it that the deal would be dead, but why would it hit 22? I mean, we've got, I mean, who knows where it could go, but oh boy, this is going to be a big open. If this holds, guys, 690, 690. I can't believe I don't have this one, but Sylvie. So there's the halt for OKYO 611, and there's the projected. I mean, this can change, of course, not written in stone, but 690, 690. HIMX, guys, interesting. There's the 200-day moving average, far enough away. HIMX on the move here. Any news on it? Don't see any specific news on it. The base is a little bit here. What's the next high looking left? 1033. Yeah, come on, GLB, like crash. And sorry if anybody's long this, I don't. What time was it halted? I have 10:11 plus 16 seconds. Right here in our halts resumes, 10:11 plus 16 seconds. Okay. And I think it just opened. No, something else got halted. This one, VOYA got halted. VOYA got halted. This is a news halt. VOYA got halted because of news. Wow, GLB just not giving me the entry I'm looking for. I'm looking for a big, well, I'm sort of holding on in that 1750 area, but the big drop below 18. And it's not happening. I had an alert set down here, 1773. So see if it happens. There's the elbow. All right, a green bar, a very narrow green bar now in the SPY, very narrow. Let's see what the projected open still is for this KYO. So it has come down. Last time we looked, it was 690, 690. Now it's, you see how it's drifting down, 634, 634. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. We get that question a lot. Do you have time and sales in level 2? No. But you get it from your broker. So again, this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Again, this could be the 10-minute halt. If it is, it'll open in 15 seconds. If it is a 10-minute halt. And so far, it did not open. So this could be even a longer halt. And it opened. Okay, so just slightly. So this on the way down. That's it, guys. That's probably it. The only way I'll take this one now, I'm just going to stick an alert at the high up here later on, maybe. Takes that out. And of course, it got halted again. So it halted on the way down. So that was fun for a while. All right, guys, it is now 10:22, so I'll keep my spiel a little bit briefer today. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. We're not doing this especially for the test drive. This is just the way it is. I will put the test drive link in. If you want to try us out it'll be 9 days now, for the balance of today plus 8 days. It will not be 10 trading days. It will still cost the $11.11. So if you click on that test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So you can sign up. When the test drive, it costs again $11.11 for the balance of today plus 8 trading days. And if you sign up, what you get is basically just as if you're a premium subscriber, access to the AI, just no auto trading, okay? No auto trading at all. Once the test drive is over, it's over, nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? Now, if you're part of this test drive, I'm just gonna keep pounding the table on this. Save everything that you do to the cloud, everything. You create a little alert window. You take some of my windows, which I'm going to show you. I'm sharing a lot of my scans from the toolbar from our channel bar. Save everything to the cloud. Individual windows, scans, plus your layout. Save everything to the cloud, okay? If you do that, you'll never lose anything. And if at some point after the test drive is over, you decide that you'd like to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, as long as you use the same email that you use for the test drive, everything you did will be there for you, okay? It'll be in the cloud. So whether it's a day after the test drive is over, a week, a month, a year, doesn't matter. As long as you use the same email address, everything you've done during the test drive will be saved for you, okay? Also, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to the premium service for those 9 trading days, you can do so also. I'm going to put a link to my homepage. My homepage has a lot of information on it. Now, GMIA, I'm seeing here, GMIA is pushing, yes. This is in the gap. This is in a gap up and go, actually. So there was my homepage link. You click on my homepage link, a lot of information. First, of course, if you want to take out a subscription right now, just give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, there is a promo code you can use for 15% off. But obviously, if you're part of the test drive, wait. If you do want to take out a subscription, there'll be a better promo. It could be 20% or 25%. I don't know what it's going to be. But you click Get Trade Ideas just to give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium is $2,000. Standard is $1,000. You can apply the discount, of course, the 15% right now if you do want to take out a subscription right now. But don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can always start off with a monthly, $118, $228, less the 15%. And if at some point you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15%. So again, that 15% discount is only good for the first month on a monthly. After that, this is what you'd pay if you maintain a monthly subscription. Okay. First thing you should do is do the let's get started. If you haven't done that, if you're part of this test drive, you haven't done that, do that. You take about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. Starts off with the downloaded installation. I mean, if you've already downloaded and installed it, obviously you don't have to do that. But please take a look at all this. Your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay? So do that first. Once you've done that, then you can take a look at the education section of my homepage. Click on the user guide. You don't have to learn everything, okay? What I would do is well, you should have already done the get started. I'm going to go over the channel bar, but you should at least take a look at these two things, the alert windows and top list windows, to know what they are, what the differences are, and it shows you if you want to build your own scans, how you can do this, okay? You don't worry about anything else. Down the road, you want to put sound alerts on, price alerts, etc. That's fine. Don't get overwhelmed by everything that's in this user guide. Just concentrate on a few things to begin with. So I take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, of course. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. Now, Michael is a real expert at using Brokerage Plus, and he likes to create strategies and backtest them and all that, things that I don't do. So if you have questions like that, save it, store them, save them, and Michael will be there in about an hour and a half in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. You can sign up for all the webinars. There are no webinars for the next 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them once we get back to our regular schedule. You can sign up for them all here. And the Back to Basics, Michael Noss put this together, all free. What is a stock? It starts off with, okay? So if you're new to trading, it's a great little series he put on. More information on my homepage. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week, which is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. We've already gone over the education. And then all the scans that I am sharing. You don't want to build your own scans at the beginning. I get it. So I'm sharing a lot of scans. You hear me talk about the gap continuation or reversal scan a lot. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down and the gap up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. But I have other scans here. I showed you the halts resumes. Where is that? Halts resumes down here. So these are all the scans that I am sharing. So if you don't want to build your own scans to start, you can take a look at my scans. So what I would do, save my link. Save my link, then you can take a look at the get started, my scans, the education, anytime you want. A moment. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? What we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all themed based channels. So my advice is that you can go through them. You might see something, what is momentum? Okay, let's click on momentum channel. These are all layouts. So here's a momentum channel or a scan. You can see GMIA is in it. Now you notice it says 1025 and you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, it's 1032. That's because when you load a layout or an alert window, it'll show you the last one that triggered. But this is all real time. So at 1025, we got a real time alert. Why do we get an alert for that? Well, with my scans and any scan you see, if you right click and click on configure and then click on the summary, you will see these are filters that we have. So that's the whole idea of what Trade Idea does. Is we call this is event based. So this is the event. Stocks are between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3, etc. Okay, it doesn't really matter. This is the concept. If these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we saw JMIA at 1025 if you had that up and running. So with my scans, it's the same thing. If you loaded one of my scans, you could just, again, do the, go to the alert window, right click, configure, and click on the summary, and you'll see what my scan is looking for, okay? Now, if you like this the way it is, in other words, if you don't mind the price range or that minimum volume and other things about it, then what you can do is you can take the scan and save it to the cloud. How? Well, if I right click and duplicate into free floating window, when I do that, I have 3 monitors and it popped up on another monitor. Now it is outside this dock channel. Now you can save it to the, now you can save this to the cloud. You know, file, save, save. I'm not going to do it because I've done it a million times, so it's already there. What I'm trying to do is show you that you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like. Then you can bring them back one at a time and make them part of, and make a layout out of scans that we have created, plus maybe some of the scans that I've created for you. Okay? So if you don't want to make your own scans, great, no problem. Now, if you did, again, if you didn't like this though, the way it was, you know, before you saved it to the cloud, you know, maybe you want a different price range. And so you make the change, you know, 10 and 100. If I click OK, you see how it's changed. If I click OK again, now it is changed. And then you can save it to the cloud if that's what you want to do, if you want to make a change. Okay. So, I mean, that's the concept then. Go through the different channels, take a look at the scans we've created. If you like one, just save it to the cloud. Pop it out into as a free floating window and then save it to the cloud, okay? Then you can bring them back one at a time. You would see up here, file load from cloud. You will see them. Just give me a moment here as I'm obviously doing a trade here, okay? Not obviously, but I am. Yes, it is starting to work. Kept waiting for this area to break underneath that 80 mark. Let's see. Now, I don't know if that's going to be a scalp for me or not. It's got to take up that 750 in a big way. Market is drifting down. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. No, 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 no. I'm not waiting for 1750. It was that break underneath 18. If you want to build your own scans, you can. So when the company started in 2003, they decided that most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they did was they created what they considered were enough alerts and filters. I'll show you what I'm talking about. If I right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then I click on search. These are alerts. These are all real-time alerts. And when I scroll down, I get to these icons. These are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that we have all sorts, lots of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we tried to create enough of them that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So there is no programming language to learn, but don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Nice to hear, KK. A lot of trading is patience. A lot of trading is patience, waiting for a setup. Don't try to anticipate. And anyway, I don't. You get your account chopped up every time you try to anticipate something is going to happen because you want it to happen. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the AI now. This is what the AI looks like. Make it easy on yourself. If you're part of the test drive or you're new to trade ideas and you have our premium service, just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that you'd see. Just let the alerts happen. There's nothing for you to do. Okay, you don't have to configure it. No alert will happen until at least 9:35. You notice the first one was at 9:48. I use it like a watch list in that I just look at the ones that are profitable all day long. Okay. Sometimes you get a setup at the beginning. Maybe you don't take it. Maybe it sets up later on. I use it like a watch list. I know it's not what people want to hear. What they want to hear is that, well, I want to automate the AI. Don't believe in it. Don't think you can make money doing it. Automating it meaning taking every single trade and then letting the AI get you out of the trades. I just don't, it won't work. I mean, some days it might work, but overall, the best, in my opinion, the best way to use it is as a watch list. Come on. You mean the scans that I in my homepage? You talking about these scans here? These ones here? These scans here? How to do it? I'll show you how to do one, okay? But it is all covered in the guide. But I'll show you how to do one. But is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about these scans? Oops. Are you talking about in the scan section right here? And click here. So before I do it, okay. Okay, so I'll do one, okay? I'll do one. So again, obviously click on my homepage link. go to the scan section, click here. Let's just say I wanted the gap continuation or reverse. There's the link. You just click on the link and it'll tell you, there it is. And it'll show up in a tab, new tab. All you do is highlight it all, make sure it's all highlighted, and then copy it. Control C, so it's copied. Next step, file, load from cloud. File, load from cloud. And notice that it already appears in here. If I back this out, if I stretch out this window just a little bit more, well, trust me, this is the string, okay? So when you copy it correctly, and then when you file load from cloud, it should appear right here. Now, if some reason this is blank, just paste it in, Control V it in. And now all you have to do is load it. Okay, when you load it, it'll appear on your screen. So you can take, the scans that you want, not just from me, but from the toolbar, from the channels. And once they start appearing on your screen, then you can create a layout like that. Just file, save or share to cloud, click on entire, give it a name. My first trade ideas layout, and save it. But I would save individual scans to the cloud also. So once you have this on your screen, you should save it to the cloud also. And again, right click, and then it comes down to file, save or share to cloud, and then save. And then it'll be in the cloud. And I can't emphasize enough to save individual scans and also your layouts to the cloud. Okay? I can tell you how many people come to us and say, oh man, I created this layout and I don't know where it is now. Did you save it to the cloud? No. Sorry. I mean, I don't want to be crass, but you hear me, you're going to hear me say it all the time, save everything to the cloud. The other reason to save things to the cloud is this. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. Now, you can only have trade ideas on loaded one device at a time, okay? But you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So obviously I'm working on a desktop, but I have a laptop, I have a couple of tablets, okay? All I have to do, so if I went out and bought a new laptop, I would just download the program, and then I would just have to go file, load from cloud, and everything that I've saved will be in the cloud. I could load a layout, I could load a scan or whatever, okay? So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, each device. So that is why you should save everything to the cloud. The other thing is, obviously if I had a disaster with my desktop computer, something went wrong with it, well, pain, have to get a new one. But as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, I can still, all I have to do is download the program and then load everything back from the cloud. I think most people should understand what the cloud is. We didn't invent the cloud, but okay. So save everything to the cloud. I'm going to nag. Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? ONON. Unbelievable. Negative. What a drop. $5 drop. Yeah, I'm out of the GLBE. That's a tough one. A little bit, nothing spectacular. I can't explain some. explain the price action? No. You know, it was a disaster at the beginning, but for whatever reason, buyers got interested. That's all I can say. It's not a crazy low float, 56 million, but I can't explain the price action. So, I mean, when you say that, you are wondering, well, why did this all happen? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can always upgrade later, Raj. I mean, you can always, if you wanted to have access to the premium service, you could always upgrade later if you want. But this, look, I think our standard service is great. You know, this is the only difference really. I mean, there are some other subtle differences, but this is it. So if you want to have access to the AI, then you know get the premium service. But I mean, you could always start off with the standard, and at some point you want to upgrade, fine. Change since alert column, no. See, the alerts are real time. Okay. Okay. So the alerts are real time. So there's no so I don't quite get the question because when you get an alert in the you know in the window, I mean it's a real time alert. So how do you get the change from the alert? You know. There is a way to zoom in on the chart. Yeah. So if you go to the chart, left click on the chart just so that the system knows what chart you're in. Okay. Left click, hold the control key down on your keyboard. Okay. Keep it pressed down. And then with your mouse wheel, just scroll. Okay. Well, again, you'll go crazy trying to figure out price action like that. You know, it just happened. Just have to accept it. I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room wondering, well, how does GLBE go from 1750 to 18 just like that? Well, it did. Buyers came in. Well, we have been in a steady decline, not huge red candles, but we've been in a steady decline since the open, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this has another 9 minutes to close. So about an hour and a half straight down. Nothing like dramatic, but still straight down. So the gap up and reversals, you know, it just makes sense that these are the ones that would be working in from this particular scanner. You know, gap up and reverse, just like the market. And we have another resumption, I guess. And this is after the news, I guess. VOYA. Wow. So some news came out. The alliance partnership will establish a long-term strategic distribution partner, whereas blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there was some news for this VOYA. That is a little frustrating on the GLBE, because you would think that, okay, the market is starting to drift down, but right now, I mean, it's still strong. I mean, it's over 18 again. I made about 15 cents on this. That's about it. Looking for that big, big collapse down here and just didn't happen. Are you talking about GLBE, Marco? It's not on Zach, well, at least not on mine. What's the price of it? No, it's not, didn't show up in mine. I mean, this was something from the pre-market that we all knew about. I was, I was looking, I was looking to short this one, underneath 14. Yeah, so this is what I would do. Just, I know it sounds like we're cherry picking, but just check any profitable trades. Never mind the ones that aren't working. Is that how many trades are worth today? See, I don't even, yeah, so I would just check this, any profitable trades. It's like a curated, if you had a watch list, if you had a bunch of symbols that you were going to watch, okay? And which ones would you watch out of your watch list? Obviously, the ones that were working. The only reason people get, I think, hung up about, well, yeah, but I want to take every trade because I want to auto trade. Well, we don't agree with that. So I will be, well, you will be seeing the AI during the 2 week test drive. Yes. Yesterday was pretty good. We had one great one on a short. Okay. And this one, I don't know. I mean, this is such a small one. You can check the history. You can go yesterday, of course. This was yesterday. This was the one. This was the excellent one from yesterday. The BRLT. And you can pick a time frame. History, you can pick a time frame. I'm not sure how many days you can go back. It might be 63 days, like 3 months. But I just use it. It's just another. It's a watch list. That's all it is for me. It's a watch list. All right, guys. So, well, okay, we have a bit of a green candle here now. Bit of a green candle. So maybe the little downturn is over for a while. It was AMR, yeah. That was a teaser email, and Zach posted that it was AMR. So, got hit a little bit, but complete recovery now. So again, talking about the AI, again, if you use it like a watch list, what can happen is that, and this happened yesterday, and the day before, and actually over the last 2 to 3 weeks, the AI has given us some really interesting alerts. But what can happen is using it like a watch list, you can get setups during the day. So you might say, okay, I get this alert at 250 to short it. It's at 242 right now. Maybe you think you've missed it. So you think, okay, maybe I should wait a bit. What if all of a sudden it starts basing at 240 and then it takes another drop? I mean, you could probably say, okay, I could get in at 240. I don't get so hung up, and I'm not talking to anybody specifically. Don't get so hung up on getting in right at the very penny. The only reason people get hung up on that is because they're trying to auto trade. Okay. And if you're trying to auto trade the AI, forget about it. Because it's like anything else, you get an alert for something and maybe you miss it at the very beginning, but it sets up later on in the day. Remember when I said I didn't want to short this auto? Boy, I should have. Even though it was so cheap, it's 25% though. And this is going to zero. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to zero. I don't know where it's going, but I mean, who'd be stepping in and buying this thing now? All right, well, here's a crazy one. So Vedu just opened. I was told 4 million shares at $4. Look where it is opened, $25. I mean, that's pretty insane. And it probably just got halted. Yeah, just got halted. Well, the thing is, on this one though, I mean, the Vedu, you couldn't even get it. I mean, first of all, you'd be getting it on the way down. Remember, it got halted on the way down, so I don't see how you could have even got this one. But you probably, yeah, just like you're saying, the other one was more of a pain. I didn't get it. But you know what? I've got an alert set up here, guys, at 611. This is just trader's mentality here, perhaps at work. You know, if later on this takes out that high, it could get it rocking again. Good. So I have an alert set up here. I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. And you might say, well, why in the world would you do that? Why would you wait for 611? Why wouldn't you take it there if you think it could? Well, first of all, I don't know what it's going to do. I don't think it's going to take this out. I'm not thinking like that. I'm just going to be prepared if it does, with my price alert. Because you might be thinking, well, why would I want to give up $1.35 or so if I think it's going to happen? Well, again, I'm not thinking it's going to happen. I just want to know if it does happen. And just trader's mentality, the way it is, my opinion, is that if it does later on in the day surge through that high, it could get traders interested again. That's all I'm doing. Okay, so that red and green, do I have it? Let's see. I don't think I think I got rid of it. Oh, this is too new. Okay. So what the red and green is this. What they're saying, if you took this trade right now, KTOS, right now, the suggested stop is down here at 1340. Okay. That is what they call a smart stop. And it looks at the volatility of the stock, 15-minute candles, the high and the low. The numbers get fed into our system and it generates a suggested smart stop, a stop. Okay. So, and of course, that's smart. It's going to change it because what it's saying right now is if you took the trade right now at 1384, then there would be your stop. And so as it approaches, it becomes redder and redder. And then this is the target. Okay. And the target is nothing scientific. It's just double. You can see right there. It says minus 100 because the system assumes that you're going to risk $100 a trade. Okay. That's what it assumes. You can change that, of course, but that's what this is assuming. You're going to risk $100 a trade. And as always, when you get into trading, you should probably strive to get at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if you're going to risk $100 on the trade, you should have a reasonable expectation of making 200. Okay, and that's going to be based on things that you see in the chart, perhaps. So again, as you get closer and closer to that target, it gets greener and greener. No, it's everything. It's part of the service. It's not standard. I mean, it's standard. It is standard. Now, again, they're just guides. I would not pay any attention to the target. I want to pay attention to the stop. Okay. Because the target is just double the stop. In other words, if I did some, let's say this, you get in at 1392 and the stop is 20 cents away. It isn't, but let's make the math easy. They would put on top of that then 40 cents. Okay, 2 to 1. So 20-cent stop, 40-cent target. So it's not mathematical at all. It's just a guide. The stop, though, if you want to try using that stop, you can do so. Wow, look at this GLBE now has actually gone, not quite. It's almost gone positive, which is unbelievable. I mean, now we can start looking at the next high looking left, 2118. It is exactly like Weber yesterday. Yes, Weber got pounded down in the pre-market on earnings. Got pounded down, and then it recovered all day and actually went positive. So again, every time you click on a symbol, it's going to generate a smart stop, okay? Every time you click. So I didn't really go over this window. Again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about an hour. And again, he's an expert using Brokerage Plus. Didn't really go over, I actually forgot. I was wrapped up in doing other things, but let me just briefly go over it, what Brokerage Plus is all about. So I'll put the Brokerage Plus link in. There are two videos. There's a short video that shows that if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window right there, this blue window called that we call Brokerage Plus. Now this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based service, it's not available. Okay, so just so you know that. So again, if you have an IB, interactive broker's account, or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature, okay? And even if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use this. Remember, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. But this is a feature that we've got if you have one of those two accounts. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Notice here it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath, there are two options. One says Live and one says Sim. And if you put yourself in simulation mode, I'm going to get out of it right now. I'm going to show you what it looks like for you guys to start off. It'll say not connected right here. And again, you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. Can't emphasize that enough. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker to use it. And it's part of our standard service. If you become a subscriber, it's part of our standard service. So you would click on SIM, and this not connected would change to account. It will. There, changes to account. And then I click on account, and the pop-up comes up. I click on simulated trading default. Now I'm in the simulator. Okay, this is very simple to use. When you click on an alert right there, H&R block, which is still incredibly strong. The symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. So let's just do a trade to show you the mechanics of it. Okay, let's just say I wanted to take JMIA. Okay, again, this is just the mechanics of taking a trade. Okay, now before I start this, one of the things that I do is I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. In other words, I have some kind of a checklist that unless I can check every single box, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. Now, if you're going to ask me what my checklist is, it doesn't really matter. You have to decide what sort of a trader you're going to be. Are you going to be a momentum trader? Are you going to be a pullback trader? What makes sense for you? If you're brand new to trading, you don't know what makes sense. You know, that's why you've got to practice. One of the things, though, that my scans basically check most of the boxes. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of the price range that I'm comfortable trading. It doesn't matter what my price range is. Yours could be something very different. I'm never going to see anything that doesn't have enough volume. I'm never going to see anything that doesn't have the right relative volume for me. So a lot of the things are already checked when I get an alert. After that, because I'm more of a momentum trader, I'm looking at the daily chart, the weekly chart, the monthly chart to see where the next highs are, where a stock could keep going before it hits the next high. But that's my style of trading. You know, it's not just a matter of taking the trade just because there's room. You know, I mean, if there's 10, 15-minute candles up in a row, in other words, very extended, and I get the alert, I'm not taking the trade. So let's just say, though, you can check every box, and now you're ready to take a trade in the simulator. The next thing, let's take a look at that JMIA. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the, I'm going to buy right at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread, so that's okay. So I click the buy button and then I send it. And you will see JMIA appear. There it is, JMIA. Took the trade at 685. I'm going to put a stop at 665. And I'll explain why I'm doing that. Oh, just because you get into a trade because you've been able to check every box and that everything looks great, guess what? The trade still may not work. You know, even the best setup in the entire world, sometimes they just don't work. So the way I trade, and I think, you know, you really should practice this, is you should have a price that you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you. And that's, of course, what we call a stop. So you notice when I put that stop at 665, a red line appeared on the chart that says minus 100. So what this is telling me, first of all, in the simulator, I'm always wanting to risk $100 a trade. That's why it says minus 100. Well, how did I get to that minus 100? Well, first, another thing. I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So again, in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a $100 risk per trade. And the way I trade is I always try to keep the risk the same every trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 200 the next trade, 500 the next trade. I try to keep the risk about the same every single trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. Remember, how did I get that? Well, 685 was my entry and my stop was 665. Now the next question you really should all be asking yourselves, well, that's fine, but how do you determine what the stop is? Well, that's where your practice is going to come in. Now, how I do it, typically I look at a no less than, say, a 5-minute chart, maybe a 15, and I try to size up where I think there is some support on the chart. Support meaning a lot of action at a certain price. So if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Now, that can be kind of subjective. We get the question all the time, you know, where is support, where is resistance? My idea of support and resistance may be very different from somebody else. So what I would do in order to practice is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what that number is. So let's say you get into a trade, everything gets checked, and you think, okay, yes, I'm going to take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop. So what you'd be doing is subtracting your entry minus that number. So this is what I've done here. 685, there's my stop. The difference is 20 cents. I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm risking, and that's why I get 500 shares. So there's a little bit to this, obviously. So you have to practice, practice, practice. Percent update as the price moves live. So again, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, if you're talking about when you get the first alert and what has it done since that first alert, but if you've got a real-time scanner in the alert window, I mean, you're always going to get a real-time alert. I mean, if you want, you can always do the change from the open to show how much it's changed from the open or the change from the close. But again, I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. These are all real-time alerts. I mean, you can have a running up now alert if you want, that's just showing you stocks that are running up a certain amount all the time. But I mean, I'm not exactly sure I know what you mean. Are you maybe overcomplicating it or look at it, UPST guys, wow. Wow, this has been we're starting to get into this little bit of a choppiness that we had yesterday. I mean, at the beginning of the day, we had it basically straight down for almost an hour and a half. Now we're starting to run a little bit here. So this SG is coming into a little area here that it could stall. 1854 and 1879. These are the highs looking left for SG. Well, that elbow's been a bit of a, I'm sure you're out of it now, but that elbow's been a bit of a tough one. I know it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, let's see if I guess if it took out those lows again, it might give us something, but it's been a pretty choppy. Well, it's hard for me to help you there, TV. I don't know why. I mean, have you always seen them where you normally see? Maybe do a refresh. You say you've reloaded. maybe change browsers. I mean, it's very difficult for me to know why, especially if this is the first time it's happened. I've done no changes. I've made no changes, so really hard for me to know why that's happened. Yeah, TV, I see your question again in the, I just don't know how to help you. Especially, I know you've been in the room before, so I don't know why today would be any different. Well, it depends on the build. Right now, I'm probably using the gap continuation or reverse scan quite a bit. The basic new highs and lows doesn't give too many alerts. But, the gap continuation or reverse has been giving me a lot of interesting ideas. But, next week when we hardly have any earnings plays, I mean, look at GLBE. I mean, the reason it's so active today, even though it's done a strange thing, it's an earnings play. JMIA, why is it so active today? It's an earnings play. Next week, we hardly have any companies releasing earnings. So, for instance, this may produce nothing or hardly anything. So I'll forget about it for until next earnings season, maybe. So it really depends. Well, again, the continuation or reversal can give, a gap up and go are showing stocks that are running. The basic new highs, I mean, these are showing stocks that are running. I still can't get over the GLBE. I mean, it still has room. I mean, if it wants to. 2153 is the next high looking left. Yeah, all on my homepage, Bill. Everything's on my homepage, yes. I mean, a runner, I don't have the Momo scan up and running, but Momo, on my homepage, you can see the one called Momo. I mean, those are stocks that are running. But just because a stock is running when you see it doesn't mean it's going to continue. Yeah, I don't really update them too much. I mean, it's always going to be the price range that I want, the minimum volume that I want, minimum relative volume that I want. Okay, so I really don't update them too much. But again, it's like anything else. You take a look at one of my scans, and if you thought, you know what, I don't like that price range, change it. If you want more volume, change it. If you can, of course, these are just kind of boilerplates for you. There's no be all and end all, that says, well, this is absolutely the scan you should use, and here are all the parameters. A lot of times you can a little bit of trial and error. I basically I've kept my filters about the same for a long time. Well, everything here is a high of day, everything. So, that's, so I mean, if you go to my homepage, I mean, the basic new highs and lows, that's a high of day setup as an example. I mean, high of day setup, it's not, I mean, the high of day setup, it's all well and good to show a stock that's making the high of the day, but you have to have other filters in place. Just because a stock makes a high of the day doesn't necessarily mean anything. With other filters in place. Is it making a new high of the day on abnormal volume? Is it making a high of the day on a volume spike right now? things like that. But if you go to my home page, for instance, if you click on one of the ones, it's called Momo. Now, certainly, it's a momentum scanner. Okay, so if you click on my home page, click on the home page. Okay, let me get rid of this. So we click on my home page, and if you go to the scan section, and one of them is called Momo, momentum. But I mean, most of what I do are all stocks showing either highs or lows of the day. Okay, so you can sort of take your pick, but Momo is probably not a bad one to start. All right, CGEM just got an alert for CGEM on the 10-day daily breakout. But let's take a look left. What's the high looking left? Well, it has to be above that one, of course. And now when we start looking left, the price is 11.85. See, the next high is 11.27. Sorry, that's not right. The next high is, well, 13.41. So in theory, this has some room until it hits the next high. Does that mean you take the trade right now because it's going to hit that next high? No, but look at the volume that just came in. Look at the volume that just came into CGEM, CGEM. So, I mean, if this sort of sits down for a while and it starts to keep moving, I mean, again, the next high looking left is 1341. I mean, that's far enough away. Well, just checking my watch list, guys. So what you see here, this is the first alert. That's their time, and that was the price. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from then? Obviously, Peloton from 1621 obviously dropped. Okay, so we had an alert. This one I really didn't like, but I mean, it's still hanging around the price. NNDM. BHC 1121. Yeah, I mean, it got up to, yeah, I mean, it really didn't do anything. I mean, it got up to 1130. Obviously, the JMIA, it's not bad, 680, 694. H&R Block, 3338. It's 3368 now. What a great earnings play. Man, guys, I mean, you don't see this too often, especially in this environment. They had earnings here. That's 4 days ago, and it has just continued to move higher after its earnings. So just looking on the short side, so there was Beyond Meat at 9:51, or sorry, 27:05 at 9:59, 27:05. There was the alert. So that was, pretty good. I mean, that was almost a $1.50 drop. But again, this is a watch list. These things can set up later on during the day. You could have maybe determined that, what, I want to go long Beyond Meat after that little 5-minute break, as an example. Well, first of all, relative volume is not available in the pre-market, so that's number one. I don't do too much. I do not trade too much in the pre-market, and so it's not a matter of do I like to play earnings plays. I don't really care whether it's an earnings play or some news is hit. Usually it's a bio that has some strangeness happening to it. But I don't. The only time I'll play an earnings, well, it doesn't have to be an earnings play, but the 10-day daily breakdown, and if it's an all-time low, also. And sometimes I will take a shot in the pre-market. It doesn't have to be an earnings play, but it's probably if it's a 10-day low and it's a lifetime low, there's usually a reason for it, and it could be an earnings play. And the only reason I'll do it in the pre-market is to make sure I get it, because the stock is usually down more than 10%. I don't want to get nailed by the uptick rule, which may prevent me from getting it easily once the market opens. But again, I don't trade the pre-market that much. Kind of comes and goes for me. Some weeks, sometimes I'm a little more active, but I can go weeks without taking a trade in the pre-market. And post-market, I rarely take a trade in the post-market. So you're talking about this QTWO, QTO, Q2, I guess, Q2, oh, there it is. Um, hmm. Oh, so takeover interest, okay. So you guys were probably posted that. Yeah, there you go, FinTech. Yeah, so takeover interest right there. I am just, I got so much going on. Once the market closes, I just sort of shut it off. I'm not that interested in the post market. Probably more out of fatigue. Well, I'm kind of watching the nerdy NRDY to see if it can hold underneath two. This is how the downgrade by Goldman, and it's an earnings play, and it's an all-time low. All right, guys, it's 11:36. I just want to confirm that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. You know, this elbow now is actually starting to set up maybe as a long. Look at this. I mean, if it takes this out, this is a tough one because the spread can really widen. But if it took out that 22.45 at some point, this could have a run like some of these other ones that have come back after bad earnings or when I say bad earnings, bad reaction to the earnings. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't read the earnings report, but you know, it's the reaction. But look at the market. Market, actually, guys, the market is strong. Here's an hour almost straight up again. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this has to be watched if it pops through this. The spread is, yeah, it's only 7 cents right now. It's not terrible. DVAX, let's take a look at Vicky's DVAX. So what she's talking about there's the 8 EMA, the orange line, and there's the 20 SMA, that's the blue line. It looks like, but we do have pre-market data, so I don't know how it looks on your end. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, oh boy, I'm still stunned by this GLBE and what it's done. Now it's gone. I mean, it's still challenging the next high looking left. Gone positive now. Incredible. Okay, so Bill, when you ask what happened to WMT, I mean, do you have trade ideas? I'm not trying to be mean, okay? But it's pretty simple. It's an earnings play, okay? I mean, it is, I mean, you're asking what happened to it? Well, it's an earnings play. So obviously, reaction to earnings, not great. I mean, you can answer a lot of the questions yourself just by, if you, I don't know if you have trade ideas. I think you do. We have the single stock window, but even if you just did a quick search on your own for WMT, you would see that it's an earnings play. So that's what happened to it. Again, I really am not trying to be mean, but a lot of the stuff, and it's, not just directed at you, people ask questions and, it's not that hard to find out information rather than relying on somebody else to give you the information. But WMT, it's an earnings play and, reaction is not good, obviously. Yeah, there was news on, somebody posted it right here. 10% after Bloomberg report of takeover interest. Zach, maybe you didn't see that. Oh yeah, on that Spirit. Well, that's so complicated. The Spirit and JetBlue and Frontier. That's very complicated. Exactly. Twitter's a mess too. I mean, you have no idea how many people ask me, well, why aren't you just taking Twitter? It's at $49 now. The buyout's at 54.20. And I'm not talking about in this room. I get emails saying, why aren't you doing that? Or why wouldn't I do that? Not so much why I wouldn't, but Barry, I'm looking for advice. Doesn't it make sense to take it? And I always have to say, anything can happen in the months between a buyout is announced and when it actually closes. And of course, in this particular case, a lot has happened. Ooh, this elbow. Okay, it is Michael today, guys. It is Michael in our YouTube room at noon in about 12 minutes. And before I take my break, I will put the announcement in and or the link for our YouTube room. Michael will be there again. He's a way bigger user of Brokerage Plus. Plus, if you're looking to maybe back test your own strategies and things like that, he gets into that a lot. I don't do any of that. Unbelievable. Gap down and reverse. Look at this. Gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. What a gap down and reverse for GLBE. But it's interesting. I mean, if you were here in the pre-market, this was my number one, and I think Zach's and a few others, this was my number one focus to short. Disaster. Well, the reaction was a disaster to its earnings play. It was basically an all-time low. All the things that I like. And so waiting to see if it would take out 14, and look what it did. So Hawaiian Airline or Hawaiian Holdings, used to be Hawaiian Airlines, I think. HA, not doing too badly from the AI, 1597, 1634. And when you look left, what is it? What did we say? 1706, is that right? So, I mean, this has got some room. I mean, 1706 is the next high looking left. Look at, well, hopefully you guys are not still short this. GLBE. I mean, it's not only it's approaching 20, it's actually starting to approach yesterday's high, 2111. If it takes that out, I mean, it's got room still. Amazing. So DraftKings, I think, is now just above yesterday's high, right? 1347, so it's about a penny. I mean, again, it's got room. 1504 is the next high. I mean, all the fuss about it yesterday with who was it? It was either Jeffries? Yeah, I guess it was Jeffries putting a $60 price target on it. And there's GLBE now over 20. As they say in my hometown, incroyable. Give me a moment here, guys. This Alvo is just giving me a little bit of an issue. No more of an issue now. Okay, guys. Well, the Alvo now, big test coming up at 23. Okay, so 11:55. So again, I'm expecting Michael at any time. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put the message in. Okay, and I'm anticipating Michael will be in our YouTube room very soon. I'm going to put the YouTube link, the YouTube link in now. Did I? Okay. You're right. All right, let's do it again. So proofreading, yes. Okay, now we're okay. Look how choppy this has been, guys. I mean, remember Nio, the big pop up, and then the pullback, like most of the China stocks, and now back up. So we've got some chop in the market again. Well, I was all set to short nerdy, but it popped over two again. So this is an earnings play. It's an all-time. Well, here it is, the all-time low. Goldman put a downgrade on it, but it is popping over two. So I'm gonna forget about it. Maybe in terms of Powell speaking. Yeah. H&R Block, what a great, I'm sort of stunned by this one, you know, because we haven't seen too many charts that look like this, you know, in the last little while, which is a fantastic continuation after earnings for H&R Block, HRB. And made my watch every single day.
You know where you could have found that one real early, Barry? Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, Hawaiian is pretty looking good actually. There's a red bar ignored right there for HA. It's not an earnings play either. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. How are the other airlines doing? And so the airlines, how's Jets doing? Jets ETF for the airline industry. I guess it's doing okay. Probably looks a lot like the pattern for HA. Yep. Is he?
Barry.
Maybe I've got the site on mute. Just a minute. Sorry, Michael. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries.
All right. Yeah, I had the site on mute.
Cool.
Okay, my friend, you can take over.
Sounds good.
Okay. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Sounds good. Talk to you then. All right, everyone. Let's make that a little fill the screen just about there. Okay. All right, everyone. So it's that time again. If you guys are new here, wondering what's going on, we take the room for an hour each day and we open up to live Q&A. So I will be here for an hour just to answer any questions you guys might have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. So ask away. In the meantime, I'll probably just actually be doing some scanning and things like that. So we always appreciate questions just because, you know, we have nothing prepared when we come in. You know, because basically everyone that comes in each time is a trader who does, you know, some of their own things when it comes to trade ideas. For myself, for example, if you don't know who I am, if there's some that do there. My name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and I'm a quantitative swing trader. So it basically just means that I, you know, focus on the statistical side of the market where a lot of people will do something like, you know, be super concerned about the news of a stock and then use the chart maybe for entry. I will use, I don't care about the news. I want to have something that has some sort of statistical advantage to it, and then I'll use the chart to kind of filter that out. Been using trade ideas since 2006. So on top of being kind of the algo guy around here, I should be able to help you out with whatever you need. So I see a couple highs. How's it going? How's everyone? A pretty kind of lame day so far, looking at the SPY here, right? And a little gap up and then just kind of chop sideways. But it makes sense because let me look on another monitor here. I think we have Printer Bro speaking. Yeah. Fed Powell speaks at 2 Eastern. And then at 2:30 Eastern, Meister, I don't know, some other guy from the Fed speaks. So I think everyone, you know, obviously Powell is going to be the one that's interesting. So we had that gap up today, and that was on retail sales, and then we got Powell chatting. So quite often when there's, you know, a big binary event that's going to happen in the middle of the day, what you'll notice is that just a lot of traders are going to wait to place their bets. So it can cause these, you know, choppier kind of inside days, right? So Michael, how do you do your scans for daily trading? So I'm more of a swing trader. I do some day trading. I'll look at what the AI is doing that day, and if there's anything that meets my plan, I'll pop into that. Mainly, I'm more of a swing trader, which again I always should specify because there may be people in the room who don't know. But day trading just kind of means exclusively I am to be out by the end of the day, right? Generally speaking, you use a lot more margin, which creates more risk, but you offset that risk uh, by not being in overnight holds, right? So, I did a whole video I can link if you guys are interested on the main differences between day trading, swing trading, investing. But so when I say I'm a swing trader, I mean I'm kind of looking to hold in the few days to few weeks time frame, right? Uh, so my entries when it comes to intraday don't matter as much, but more of the swing side of things. So again, quickly, the upside to day trading, again, I mentioned before, you can take more size, you can do that kind of stuff. You can leverage yourself up a bit more because the market's open the entire time. The downside is that you're capping your returns um, based off of time. So you have this arbitrary time at the end of the day where you've got to exit your trades. Swing trading, you trade less frequently and you have that overnight risk, but you don't cap your gains when it comes to trading. So a lot of the scans that I'm using within Trade Ideas now, and this was the question, what scans I use for swing trading. One of the main ones which is right here, is just TI strength. Oh, I always got to remember, I got to load up my pen here. So the TI strength scan is from an algorithm that I created that essentially uses relative strength in the market. And I am a relative strength trader. So, saving everyone the speech that I've given a few times before, relative strength is basically just the concept of it takes large institutions long periods of time to enter and exit positions. Um, so I look for, when the market is selling, what are the institutions not selling? So what's not participating in the down move? And when the market's rallying, what is holding a little bit stronger? I see someone that's right here. Here's the video. Let me just copy this. So that's kind of what I look for. And that's, I would say, the crux of my trading style is, let me find stuff that's not selling off. So that's the video I was mentioning right there. One second. Someone's just asking me something in our little Slack here. I just got to post that real quick. So yeah, um so that for the to get the TI strength scan, because it's a kind of built-in system, right? That you cannot, and so you don't have to worry about editing it. Just go new and then click on Market Explorer right here. And then it will open up a window that looks kind of like this, but it'll be an empty blue window. And then you just right click on it, and under server window, you'll see a whole bunch of scans. So TI strengths right here. Another one that I really like and I use a lot for swing trading is bull flag. So yeah, so you can see a bunch of scans in there. So the one that I was just talking about is TI strength. This is, again, it's a back tested algorithm. Let me see if I can actually find, if I go and I just look for TI strength alerts. Just because the backtest results here. Scroll down. So yeah, so here is the algorithm back tested versus the SPY, since it was back tested till 2017 until about 2021-ish. And then ever since that, it's been a forward test. So it's a real-time test. And I wonder if I can access this year to date on this algorithm. It's doing fantastically. I actually couldn't be happier, considering it's a long only it's a long only algorithm, right? So it's a long only. Here's the picture. And the market's been, yeah, sure. Yeah, long only algorithm in a really down market. So anytime you can get that working, and there it is right there. So up 9% this year, with the SPY down 17%. So that's the idea behind that, is you're basically just buying. If you go through it, you'll notice that these are incredibly strong compared to the market, right? So let me bring up the SPY, and you can see, obviously, right? I don't need to remind you guys, right? We're down pretty significantly from our highs here, right? And then if you start looking at the symbols that are in this scan, you'll notice that um, they're not down that much. They're trading basically at highs. So look at this. Yeah, this wow. Um, sold off a bit. Whatever they said on earnings, the market obviously liked, and now it's up near the highs here. So the thing that's important to note about TI strength is this is a longer term thing, right? If you're trying to buy something and day trade it or hold it for a day or two, I don't know if I'd recommend this scan. This is more of a to keep you in the strongest names, right? It's not, you're not going to get something that like doubles, right? So if you're looking for a low float, penny stock that you can buy for $1 and sell for 5 tomorrow, again, this is not your scan. This is going to keep you in whatever's strong in the market, which right now is a lot of incredibly boring names, right? We've got a television broadcaster that you'll probably notice a lot of energy and energy related names, right? Bulk power control. A lot of these things are really, really boring right now, but boring is what's working. When the in the height of the pandemic, when everything was selling off except um the Peloton, Zoom, the pandemic plays, quote unquote, it was in all of those. It was in Zoom, it was in Netflix, it was in Peloton, right? So uh, you're going to be subject to the winds of the market, whether it's finding exciting stuff or boring stuff. um, but you know that's the benefit of it, right? You don't need to try to figure out what's going to be the stuff to play kind of thing, right? So yeah, those are that scan, and then this one, which is a bull flag, and I think everyone knows just kind of your very stereotypical bull flag kind of scan. Everything you see in here will have some sort of up move and then some sort of kind of sideways consolidation, right? AutoNation, up move, sideways consolidation. So this is another good one. The reason I like the bull flag as a swing trading pattern very much is that it keeps you, again, just like TI strength, it keeps you from bottom picking junk stocks. It kind of, you let the market tell you what a strong stock is. You wait for some sort of consolidation sideways. And then, right, so BMY is a beautiful looking bull flag here, right? So I don't need to know this thing, what's going on with them, but the market obviously thinks they're strong. It has this consolidation for a period of time. You can get in like 78, your stop 75. So you know exactly where you're wrong. There's no messing around with that. And again, trends persist longer than they should for the market to be normally distributed, which is just a simple way of saying the only reason technical analysis works is because things move further than you would imagine. So I skipped over this. I'm going to come back here. I didn't skip over. I just missed it there. What do you think about the market? Can we expect a quick reversal or still in a bear market? What are the safest stocks? So again, the safest stocks I think is just going to be TI strength. Just keep rotating into TI strength. It went from when oil and wheat and everything was going crazy, it was in there. That's why it's up, being a long only system when the market's down. When the market was selling off, at least it was putting you into like really boring names like utilities and stuff that may not have been going up, but they're not going to crash with the market. Something like Peloton is going to fall off the list pretty quickly once it starts, getting into that downtrend. Right, it's going to be relatively strong, kind of all throughout this type of area, right? And then it's no longer outperforming the market when it's doing this, right? So that's the main benefit of the system, is it's just going to keep you out of this junk. Now, what I think about the market, I think right now, every time, so there was something that I did for, do I have this still up? Yeah. So I'm on Trader TV, which is another YouTube channel about trading. We love them there. They're big friends of ours. I wasn't able to do this on Friday because they were having some sound issues, but this was the chart that I was going to show them, right? And this is the 2000 to 2002 bear market, right? The tech bubble. We've all heard about that. There's people that became multi-millionaires. Just, you'd come in every day, you'd buy a tech stock, it would go up 100%, you'd sell it and go home, right? But all markets like that end. That's why none of the real professional traders are shocked that, the growth names are tanking as they are, right? We all knew it was just a matter of time. But the main thing I wanted to point out, excuse me, taking my pre-workout at the same time. So if I start to get like real loud and stuff, it's just because it's kicking in. So the whole bear market collapse was 80%. So from high to low, right, you lost 80% of the value of the NASDAQ, which is insane when you think about it, right? 80% of a giant index like that. But throughout the way, you had a 42% gain and a 28% gain and a 41% gain and a 51% gain. Just showing, and this is why everyone talks about how, okay, the market's going down now, I need to start shorting things as they're crashing. Well, any one of these, if you had this kind of rip your face off rally and you held into it and you were short, any one of these would have taken you out of the game. Because you think about it, if a stock, assuming you're using any leverage, rips up 40% and you're short it, if you're using a 2-to-1 margin or something like that, you're wiped out. You're done. You've lost everything. If you don't lose everything, it's going to hurt a lot. So this is why even in bear markets, I'm still looking for these up moves. But the reason I brought it up in response to your question there was just to say, just because we have a big substantial bounce doesn't necessarily mean it's over. So what you should do each time, and we might be in this bounce right here. We might have a wicked bounce happening. It might, wouldn't be 42%, but it could be pretty substantial. So you just need to watch, and it's basically, what is the move after the bounce? And this is why, if I am bottom picking anything, which I don't do very much, I always want to see whether it's a day trade or a swing trade or a scalp, I want to see the higher low, right? So we know that trends exist in, everything kind of happens in these waves, right? So this is your downtrend. So there's people who will, on every time the stock spikes, they'll be like, okay, the downtrend's over, I'm going to buy it. Just like from kind of 2020, I know traders that every time the market down ticked from 2020 until now, they would say, okay, that's it. I'm going to sell all of my holdings and short the market. And then it would do this, right? And then it would pull back and they'd say, okay, well, that's a pullback. I'm going to short the market. So what I did, and I'll show you it on a chart on the SPY, is when I was seeing that going on, I said, I'm going to wait for a lower high. And that's where I'm going to start to get a little bit worried. And it's the same on the way down. I would never buy a stock that's doing this. What I like to wait for, and again, it's personal preference, do what you want, but I want to see them bounce it. I want to see the market pull it back and them to make a higher low, which basically just means I want bulls to step in at a higher price. And then as it starts to push up, that's more or less where I'll strike. And again, it's not going to be perfect. Nothing is. Every trader on earth has like a 60% win rate. Anyone tells you 40 to 60% win rate, every successful trade on earth. And anyone who says they've got an 80, 90% win rate's lying to you. Right. So this for me is just a simple way to stay out of all of these pops and to filter it a little bit. Now it means that every now and then you're going to get a V reversal that goes like that and you're just going to miss it. So, there's a downside to everything and you just have to be okay with it. But for me, what I'm looking for now, because we're kind of like this and we've just bounced. So what I want to see is a pullback that's met with buyers before I get kind of a little bit more bullish. And it's the same if we go to the SPY, right? So this is what I was talking about from 2020, right? There was a lot of people that every downtick, if you guys are on Twitter at all, you'd get like these, 5% down moves and people go, oh, that's it. That's the end. And then we would rally. And then we'd tick down. They go, nope, that's it. That's the end. And then we'd rally. And then over and over again. And it's funny because a lot of the same people are like, well, I told you so. And then, right, don't mention that time, that time, that time, that time, or that time, but this time they're right. That's besides the point. So again, if you're a little bit more longer term focused like I am, and again, apply this to any time frame you're looking at, is you can see we made a low. This was the first time we broke kind of a prior low right here. And then we made that high. And when that high failed and started to push down, that's when I was like, okay, I moved a lot of my portfolio to cash and everything else that was like super speculative is in TI strength kind of names right now. So now we're just getting, if we go to the daily chart, you can see we're in this downtrend. So this is until proven otherwise, just a bounce in an overall downtrend. So if we can pull back and hold, higher than this low and then start to bounce, then I'll like, okay, well, maybe it's time to recover. But until then, right, on the long-term chart, this is still a pullback in an incredibly strong uptrend. But in the shorter term chart, we're in a downtrend. So what they'll call this is just time frame discontinuity, right? This is looking like a bull flag, right? This is just looking like a downtrend. So we just need to see a little bit of stabilization and maybe move higher. And then I'm like, okay, now it's going to be time to start to have a little fun. Question. I'm trying to use the Carmela pivot point identifying. Can you explain how to use the formula for stocks that are up and have shot back down? We don't have the Carmela pivot point right now, but if you email into support, they may be able to actually add that as a custom formula to your back office, because we have just standard pivot points and they're going to be pretty close, right? There's no magic to the Carmela pivot point versus the floor pivot point versus the standard pivot point or anything like that. But if you want to be more precise, they may be able to. So you'll just have to go to our website or email info@trade-ideas. I think they have a kind of equation that they can just copy in, as well, right? So that might help you out with that. Oh, you have them already in your formulas. That's good. So, it's going to be, I'm not going to be able to show you exactly here because I don't have them in my formulas, but stocks that have shot up and pulled back, right? So all of these things, you said a stock that shot up and pulled back and now it's at the pivot. So you have to quantify all these things, right? You can't just, so like, for example, shot up, you might go, right, up, right? And then here's all your kind of filters, or you could do change from the close, right? And whatever you define as being up on the day, you could do that. And now you want a stock that is pulled back, right? So now you have to define pulled back. So you could just like, define pull back as let's just put in a new low, and then you just have to define that, right? So, maybe, for example, a new low is a new 15-minute low or 30-minute low to you. Maybe that's a pullback. You could maybe try one of these actual pullback, which is a percentage move. So, for example, the 75% pullback from the close means if this is yesterday's close, it's pushed up and it's pulled back 75% of that initial move, or maybe the 25% of the close is a good formula for you, right? So that would be just a more shallow pullback as opposed to a deep pullback. And then you would just make sure that when you're putting in, I'll do it with these pivot points, but you do it with yours. So let's just use, I don't know, S2. If you want it to be hitting that pivot point, you would just make sure that the min and the max column here are very small numbers, right? So, I could say 0.1% to 0.1%. So basically what this would say is that the stock now needs to be trading within 0.2% of S2, right? So I would take that as your starting ground and say, okay, show me all the stocks that are near whatever of the pivot points that you want, the main pivot or the S1 or S2, and just make it a small number and start to play with that small number to say, okay, maybe this one's too small and I'm not getting any results. And okay, maybe this one's too big and I'm getting too many results, and narrow that down to where you're happy. And then you just need to define those other things. So, jamming up or up, does that mean up on the day? Does that mean up from the open? Does that mean, right? There's all these different things. But this is going to be kind of the crux. So I would get that nailed in first, and then I would start to add filters on top of it. But that's why trading is so personal, right? If you tell someone, oh, I want it, up and then pulled back, that would mean 10 different things to 10 different traders. So I think this comment was to TI Strength, boring but predictable. I was thinking about you when the crypto Luna crash. Better, boring, and predictable. Yeah. Again, it's again, I day trade, and that's kind of like scalping income. But when it comes to most of my swing trading, it's right now it's boring type stocks. But that's not to say it's always going to be like that. Like when ARK was on fire, I was trading a lot of ARK names, and 2020 was an amazing year for me, for my portfolio growth. It was amazing because these stocks were the stocks that were on fire. And now I was up last year and I'm up this year, not an insane amount to be blunt, but it's because if we go to the other side of the equation, we go to Berk B, right, which is, what I use as a proxy for value stocks. This thing's just been the thing that's been on fire, right? So it's I adapt to what the market is giving me. The people who are still, trading Peloton and DraftKings and that kind of thing are probably having a hard time. Eventually, you may pick a bottom, and there's nothing wrong with trading to pick a bottom. You just need to know that it's harder, and you have to be faster, right? Andy from Trade Ideas, he does a lot of bottom picking, but I watch him do it, and he'll do something like, he's buying Peloton, he's out half, like sometimes minutes later, and if the thing turns around, he gets back out. So He knows that when he's fighting the trend, he has to be really, 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 really fast. Which, if that's the way you want to trade, that's fine. You just got to come up with a system to do it. Uh, but if you're not really, really fast and really experienced, I would say, try to trade in the direction of the trend. It's probably going to make your life a little easier. How often do I run the TI strength scan? Well, it updates every 10 seconds, I think, give or take. I actually do all of my swing trading on the close. All of it. Well, 90% of it, let's say. Every now and then, if I see something, maybe I'll take a trade here or there. And this is something I'm always evaluating. Bitto, so Bitcoin must be pulling back there. But yeah, so what I do is, because for me, everything is about that close, right? So I want to see a close above or below a certain area. Was it BMY that we were looking at? So if BMY closes up here, I'm probably going to get involved with some of this with a stop just under this last pivot. But I did an experiment for probably about 6 months where I switched all of my trading to, I'm just going to ignore the open. I'm going to ignore lunch. I'm going to, in that last closing hour or so, is where I'm going to enter all my swing trades, and where I'm going to evaluate whether or not to exit on winning trades. And my win rate was a little bit better, not significantly, but a little bit. And profitability was a little bit better, not significantly, but I only need to look really closely at my swing trades or the scans last hour of the day. So that's how I choose to do it. Again, there's nothing perfect in trading. Everything is a trade-off. So what I am missing out on for waiting till the close is, if BMY rockets like 10% today, I'm not going to buy it. Right. So, to each your own, but that's kind of my way of looking at swing trades. And it's the same when I'm scaling out of something. So Merck, for example, I'm in, which was our trade of the week last week. Right. So I picked up Merck, I believe, right here. Yeah, when it closed above this area for the first time. And right, I will sell a bit as it goes, but when it comes time to finally exit, I do something to the effect of, right, wait for the trend to reverse. And that will happen on the close as well, which stops me from getting kind of wicked out. But in return, it means sometimes I'll get a sell off that, sells off pretty significantly, and I'll have to exit on that close, which hurts a little bit more, right? So no magic. Everything's kind of in that trade-off area, and you got to figure out where it is that you're comfortable, right? Because it's like, I always use the diet example with trading plans, where I could tell you what diet is optimal, but if it's all foods that you hate, then you're not going to eat any of them, and it doesn't help you, right? The diet will not help you in any way, shape, or form. So uh, it's one of those things that it very much is a personal type of a thing. And this is why when people kind of look for other people to build their algos, or to build their to build their plans, I guess, and just copy other traders, they very often, right, 90% of the time, fail. And that's just because it's again, it's a very personal journey, right? You've got to be able to stick with whatever plan you're going to follow when things aren't working. Just and have the faith that you've done the math, and you've done the statistics, and you've tested the plan, and that they will return and things will work out for you. So as soon as you grab someone else's plan, right, you'll follow it for a bit, and then there'll be a period of time that it doesn't work. Which again, if someone's like, I have a strategy that works in all markets and I make money every day, right? That guy's a liar. So, you need to be able to go, okay, well, this plan is pulling back right now. The equity curve is not making new highs; it's flat or pulling back a bit. But I understand that that's because of blah 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 with the market because I built this right. It doesn't do well in high volatility markets, or maybe it doesn't do great in bear markets or whatever. But I need to stick with it because eventually, right, to achieve my statistical edge, I need to take all of the trades. There's people who will say, right, just don't trade if things aren't working out for you. It's like, well, the problem with that is, uh, the moment that they start working, you're going to be in that not trade mind frame. So what I would say is just, have your risk management plan on point that you're able to kind of withstand larger down moves kind of thing. So you'll buy if the stock closes below that high of day. Well, for me, it's all trigger points, right? I'm not a big fan of, uh, trend lines as much as I am kind of horizontal levels. So Merck, for example, I liked this chart just because, strong chart, had a nice little cup here. Whatever happened for earnings, they obviously liked. I love that we have this little bar highlighted now because it allows me to go, I don't care what happened for earnings. I can just see the yellow highlight and see the price action and know that, whatever happened in earnings they like. I'm very much if you're talking about news or politics or anything on Twitter, I mute you immediately because I am just about the statistics on the chart. So I don't care what they said on earnings. I just know that the market liked it. And then it had this kind of sideways consolidation. So the reason I say the close is interesting to me is that this is the first time right here on the bar that I said I entered. I can zoom in here, make this little, I keep forgetting that I've got these ginormous, like obnoxiously large screens, and it might be hard for you guys to see. So we'll zoom in there. Yeah, because this, you can see there was a topping tail right here, and there was a topping tail right here, and there's a topping tail right here, and this was actually the beginning of a little bit of a sell-off, and this was the beginning of a little bit of a sell-off. So there was some resistance in this $90-ish area. So my whole thing was I just want to see a close over that area, which just tells me that, yes, they could just slam it back down the next day. That's part of trading. But at least it was able to kind of make a new closing high. And that's where I entered. And my stop was just, under this kind of consolidation right here. So that's why I want to see the close, right? If I had wanted to, for example, have it to break this high and I just entered as it broke, then the thing pulls back down. So at the very least, I would say for your swing trades is that first like 10 minutes of the day when everything is just super wacky, you kind of want to stay a little bit out of that because if you would get triggered into a lot of trades that would just then reverse. Now, the best way to do it, I would say, if you had the patience, which I don't, and the time, which I don't, would be to use some sort of multiple time frame approach, right? Where you would say, okay, I want this stock to break 90, but what I'm going to do is when it breaks 90, I'm going to zoom into an intraday chart, and I'm going to want to see a bull flag on the 5-minute chart or something like that as a way to kind of fine tune it. But again, for me, it's just I wait and I wait and I wait. And then the end of the day comes and I go, okay, now it's time to get to work. So for me, it's like the beginning of the day is all about day trading, and the middle of the day is about nothing, right? So it's working for the consulting that I do with trade ideas, and I have my own YouTube channel and website and stuff, and I do work for that, and I build scans and back test things. Basically, anything middle of the day to avoid looking at the market, because that's when you get a little bit locked out of the middle of the day in the market's really really choppy. So I personally avoid it. If you have the patience to sit and wait for action, then maybe. But for me, it's the beginning of the day is all about day trading. The middle of the day is all about other work, doing something else, and then the end of the day is about swing trading. And that's kind of works for me. Again, that's all my, that works with my plan, and may not work with yours, right? If you're someone who's trying to snag pullbacks on the day of the pullback, right? That might not work for you. You might need to be able to be sitting there live. But again, I say it all the time, trading's a very personal type journey, and you need to know your strengths and limitations. And for me, I would say my strength is my kind of rational thinking and my plan development and things like that. And my weaknesses are certainly patience and uh, emotion when trading. So that's why I'm very structured about all of these things, as a way to say, this is the way to keep me out of trouble. Well, there's your BMY. I'm just going through the TI strength list now. I haven't had a chance to look at it. This BTI is interesting, right? Strong on the right, nice uptrend on the daily chart, but on the weekly chart, this massive rounded base. So, right, if we break out of here like it is, we could continue on. You just got to keep in mind it's an ADR, which means it does most of its trading overseas, which is why you can see that like every day there's a gap in it, right? Just because it's doing most of its trading on the UK market, and then it's just kind of catching up when we open in the US. AMCR, I actually really like this one. I own some of it, just full disclosure. I think I got involved on the close of this day right here. And again, same kind of, it was from TI strength, really, really strong on the weekly chart here, massive base. Whatever they said on earnings, don't care. They gapped it up the next day and they rallied it. And then they were able to hold that gap pretty well. So when we broke, pick some up, and so far so good. Another UK stock, which is interesting because you can go through TI strength and you start to notice a lot of things that are similar. Like, every now and then you'll be like, oh, everything on here is oil. Oil's probably really strong, or everything on here is outside of the US. Well, maybe other countries are stronger right now than the US. And again, just a way to kind of jump around and make sure you're focused on what to focus on. E.g., this is one I was watching for what's becoming my new favorite toy, this Anchored View app. It's crossing that right now. And again, I'm a simple man. I'm just looking for relative strength, right? Remember what the market's doing right now, and then just keep that in mind. Sounds like a common weakness. Do I do any long-term investing? For me, a long-term investment is always something that starts as a good swing trade. And I don't look at fundamentals at all. I'm a chartered market technician and again a quantitative kind of guy. So I believe that, fundamentals are lagging. The only thing that's kind of real time is price, and it's the only thing that pays you. But what I will do is, if I'm in a swing trade, so say I buy this BG just because we have this up here, right? My initial stop's kind of down here, and I pick some up, and we push to new highs. And say I bought, I don't know, just to make numbers easy, new dad and baby's still not sleeping, so let's say $10,000 worth, and then I buy uh the so I buy 10K worth, and then we push up in new highs, and I sell 7K worth. So I have $3,000 of this stock. That may then become a longer term investment, just looking at this overall weekly trend where I say, okay, I'm going to put a wide stop on this thing and really, really, really ride it. And I do that periodically. So what, I basically have part of my account that's just little tiny positions, but like, I don't know, I think like 15 of them, sometimes maybe 20, that are just leftover swing trades. It's like, I bought a stock, maybe I made 20-30% on it, and I'm super happy with it. And the way I look at it is like I got, almost free shares, right? And that's the other thing is, if I'm ever in something that doubles, which doesn't happen very much, I have an account that I haven't actually, I don't even know if I've looked at it like this year, that has a bunch, I wouldn't say a bunch, a couple names that I was in, it doubled, I sold half of. I'm trying to think of anything in there. Might not be really as well, right? Uh, hold through earnings for those or don't care. I don't hold through earnings unless if I'm up big and I've sold most of the position, then I'll hold through earnings. Otherwise, I don't. Especially not on new positions. It's just like it's a binary event that nobody can predict. Uh, Again, if someone tells you they can, it's another one to run away from. Um, and I've seen stocks have really good earnings, and you guys have probably seen it too in this market, and gap down a bunch. And I've seen stocks have really bad earnings and gap up a bunch. So even if you can predict the earnings, you can't predict the market reaction to it. So I just stay out of it. So basically, my rules, and this is why you have to have a written trading plan. It basically says that earnings within kind of 10 days, I just don't touch the stock. I'll look at it again after, kind of thing, right? Uh, what signs are to lower price targets and apply tighter stops? For me, it's basically just the trend of the market, right? If I know, like, we are in a downtrend right now in the market. So what I'll do is I will be a little bit more cautious with my positions and maybe, tighten things up, lower positions, that kind of thing. Another way to do it that I'm thinking about, and I know a lot of people do, is they just look at the VIX and they set some hard and fast rules. Now, right, this is obviously a decaying asset, but I would look at the actual VIX amount, and they'll say something like VIX over 20, uh, use this position size. VIX under 20, use this position size. It's another way to look at it, but for me, it's more of just I always risk a certain value of my account regardless. And that's usually like a 0.5% of the value of my account on any given trade. And if I can make 1 to 2% on my winners, then that's great. And then just again, it sounds boring, but just over and over and over again, rinse and repeat. Do you have a scan that's proximity to VWAP? I don't, but you can build one fairly easily. Right. So if you go into, I'll just show, I don't know if you want an alert window or top list or what you want to add to it. So open up a new alert window, hit search, go to search terms and just type in VWAP. And then this is all we have for VWAP. So just a little bit, when we say VWAP 1, we mean the current day's VWAP. When we say VWAP 2, we mean the VWAP anchored at yesterday's price, 345. That's as far as you can go out right now. So this would be kind of a 1 week VWAP. So you would just make this number incredibly small, right? So you'd add filter, and then you would make it, I don't know what I used last time, negative 0.01 or -1. So that's 0.1%, and then 0.1%. That would be how you'd scan for things that are incredibly close to VWAP. Now, make sure you include other things in the scan. Like I would suggest maybe average true range or something like that, because what you're going to get if you just say, I want all the stocks near VWAP, is you're going to get a whole list of stocks that just never use, kind of thing, right? Now, anchored VWAP is something that I'm going to be able to start playing with soon, which we have as a drawing tool, which is kind of cool. You can click on your drawing tools and click on the little anchor. And then if you click a button, then now you're anchoring the VWAP to wherever you want it, wherever you click that button to. So that's something that soon there'll be some Market Explorer scans for. It's something that I selfishly want because I really, really like the concept of it. And it's something that I'm playing with a lot of my own trading is right. I just read a good article about Canva. I'm not the one to ask for article stuff, that's for sure. NVA. This stock is awful. I know nothing about it, but I wouldn't touch this with someone else's money. I mean, that'd be like buying Luna right now. $300 to $38. Again, I know nothing about this company and what it does, but I know it must be in some sort of financial distress. Could you trade it? Yeah. For me, I don't buy stocks in downtrends. It's just like that's one of my hard and fast rules. And that's why I basically said that I would need a higher low. So for me to be involved in something like this, for me to be interested, so you can see, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, right? So I would want to see a high be made, some sort of pullback to happen, and then us to push up just to say that, okay, we are no longer in a downtrend. That's just how, and again, my style. And it's one of those things, right? If you were to just bottom pick this, you could say, oh, well, there's some nice support here at 220 and you're killed. You could say, oh, there's some support here at what's that, 150 and you're in trouble. And oh, look, there's a big support here at 100 and you're still down by half. Then you could say, oh, well, there's some support, right? So it's like you could guess on the way down. And if you've got a trading plan that you've tested over the long run and you have an edge in it, then great, do it. But my argument would just be wait for the stock to demonstrate to you that there's some sort of strength. Yes, that means you won't nail the bottom, but you'll never nail the bottom. Just like when you sell, you'll never nail the top. Not never. You will not reliably ever nail the bottom, and you will not reliably ever nail the top. Right? You'll be somewhere in that middle area that all traders are, which is just give me the meat of the move. Right? Where'd my mouse go? Oh, I'm over there. I lose this thing all the time with this many monitors. Yeah, same with like ARC, right? Some poor people that have just been from 150 all the way down to, so I'm going to buy the, it's, there's human nature. There's two things that I think are going on with human nature when it comes to bottom fishers. One is we have that whole like we want the root for the underdog thing. That's like innate, seemingly in human beings. We want to take the contrary opinion and we want to root for the under guy. Right? That's where the conspiracy theorists live. They just I know something that the rest of the world can't figure out because I read it on a forum. Right? We've got that thing. The other thing is I think that a lot of people psychologically anyway think the top of the chart is resistance and the bottom of the chart is support. So they immediately look at this chart right here and they say, "Oh, we're right near support." Because that's even if you're not doing it consciously, I think there is a subconscious thing there that says, "Oh yeah, we're near the bottom of the chart. That must mean that we're, low." And then there's also what I think is the most harmful saying in Wall Street, which is buy low, sell high, which right? If you look at Warren Buffett, just YOLO'd into a bunch of oxy, like I think like right here, so he's even buying in uptrends. And that's Buffett. He's supposed to be the ultimate buy low, sell high guy. What is VWAP? So VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. Basically just meaning that most moving averages are very simple math, right? If I go and I put on 10 SMA, well, all a 10 SMA is the average of the last 10 prices, right? So you add up the closing price of the last 10 candles and you divide it by 10. And that's all it is, right? A volume weighted average price takes that concept and it adds volume to it. So it says, okay, from this point, where is the average market participant in the stock exists? So it takes the average of the median prices and then it also applies volume to it. So, if there's one candle like here, but nobody traded, and then the next candle's up here and everybody traded it, then price is going to react faster to that move. That's the idea behind it. So think of if you were to like dollar cost average into Oxy, right? So if you started to buy Oxy here and then you started to buy Oxy kind of every single day since then, your average price would be right here. And that's what it's trying to calculate. Again, just like any other indicator, there's no magic, right? There's no one out there who's become a multi-millionaire trader just because of an indicator, but it's one of those things that if you incorporate with the rest of your trading plan can be kind of interesting. If you say, okay, I want it to be above VWAP to buy or below VWAP to sell or something like that. It's for me, I'm using it as an entry point onto pullbacks. So like Halo is pulling back here. What I would do is say, okay, as soon as the average market participant from this high is starting to make money, which would have happened right here, that's where I'd be interested in buying it. So that's kind of what I'm using it for. And on top of my technical analysis saying, well, Halo's obviously in an uptrend. That uptrend's consolidating near highs, yada, yada, yada. And this is occurring. So then maybe I'll take a trade, right? Part of a overall trading plan, which is what it should all be, right? Everything is just everything is a piece of a puzzle, and that puzzle put together is your trading plan, right? So I need to see this and this and this and this, and when I see all those things, then I will do this, right? It should be very like programmatic, right? If this, then this. If this, then this. So you don't have to think too much when you're actually placing the trades.
Mr. Michael Noss.
What up, Barry?
Take a look at GLBE. I've been listening to you, and you're talking about news and earnings and all that. And just take a look, throw GLBE on your chart. And
GLBE?
no, GLB as in Barry. Okay,
B.
GLBE.
Got it.
So this is something that we looked at in the pre-market earnings play. If you look at yesterday after hours, a huge big drop. Huge big drop after hours. And so when we wake up this morning, and it's also at an all-time low. So this is to me, in listening to you talking about, well, I don't care about news, I don't care about this and that. So this is something that we were all looking at in the pre-market, thinking this is a delicious looking short as long as it doesn't pop too much in the pre-market. It's at an all-time low. Who's going to step in and buy this thing? It's obviously had a disastrous reaction to earnings, and it's an all-time low. And then afterwards, look what happened. I mean, not only did it accelerate, but it actually is positive now. I mean, which is, and that is a hair. People ask, well, why does this happen? I don't know. Like it's so insane when you see something like that happen. Your initial reaction is trash this stock, and then for some reason, and I didn't see any news, I didn't see anything. For some reason, this stock decided that what, you're too low, and we're just going to buy the heck out of you. And not only will we buy you, we're going to put you positive for the day. I mean, it's a crazy, very, very crazy.
Well, it's just one of those things that there's like some institution somewhere, right? Could be short covering, could be anything. There's some institution that wants to buy a big position, and they're like, oh, a gap down, perfect, right? If they're planning on holding this thing for 10 years, or if they've been short from the 60s, they're gonna, a lot of people will use the opportunity of high volumes to do their order. So if you're short 10 million shares of this company and you're up a bunch of money, you're saying, okay, I need to find an event in which I can cover and not spook the market, because the average daily volume on this is only 2 million. So
Right.
yeah, and it's one of those, you never know. You never know what the rationale of whoever started buying this gap down was. And then, after that, it might just be FOMO and retail traders and that kind of thing. But
No
that's why
question.
for me, I'll just, Brian Shannon's famous saying, it's only price pays. And that's just all I'm going to focus. Again, I don't need to know what's going on. It's just a good looking chart, for an intraday trade. If you were, in this area saying, well, this thing has to go down, you'd have a bad time. If you were just buying the momentum breakout and just forgetting about the news, then, yeah, it's a great trade.
Yeah, I actually was short this one at one point, made about the grand sum of 15 cents. We thought, probably maybe that 18 level or the 19 level was going to stall it. And, looked good for about, 2 minutes. And then it just reversed and it just kept going. So I just said, the heck with it. And I did not actually take this on the long side at all. And really, you know why? Because I was influenced by the fact that it got hit so hard. And you keep thinking as a trader, well, when is it going to get hit again? When is it going to get hit again? I mean, for all the reasons they went down, they're still there in theory because it is an earnings play, but not today. Not today anyway.
Yeah, but it's the saying old as time, the buy the rumor, sell the news.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it might be one of those things that they may have just confirmed all of the bad things that everybody already knew.
But
And they go,
Michael, it
okay,
was
it's
an
priced in. It's
all-time
like,
low. It was an all-time
the
low.
top of Bitcoin was when El Salvador, use it as a currency, and they might just go,
Yeah.
okay, right. That's you see that a lot. Like DWAC, the top of that was uh for a while there was, I think, Trump coming back to it or something like that. It's kind of a tale as old as time. And then even oil, I think, is the best example recently. When they, Biden came out and gave a speech about how of oil and how what a problem this is, and they got to figure out a way around it. And I remember it was right on that day because I took a short, and it's the same. The market is a leading anticipatory mechanism. So it sometimes means
Mm-hmm.
that when the news comes out, it's going to do something that you don't expect. So for me, just show me price and shut all that stuff out. You couldn't pay me to watch like CNBC nowadays.
Does it still exist? I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's funny, the more a trader cares about news, the more I've noticed that that's probably a newer trader. It's like we get really
Mm-hmm.
jaded by it as time goes on when we like hear really good news and buy and get clobbered, and hear really bad news and sell and get clobbered. We're like, you know what? Screw it. Let me
Yeah,
just
no, you're
turn this
right.
off.
Especially as an intraday trader, like myself. I mean, I'm not, the only reason I want to see the news and in the pre-market, if it's an earnings play, okay, then I'll realize, okay, this could be active all day long because it's an earnings play. It's a stock that doesn't trade very much usually, but every 3 months it has earnings, and today could be its day. So, in that, generally, if it's an earnings play, I do want to know about it just because I think it'll be active all day long. But other than that, I never read. Well, I don't read anything about it. I mean, I just know it's an earnings play and that's about it. I don't care if they've guided well. I don't care if they made money. I don't care what they say. All I know, it's an earnings play. And because
Well,
we
yeah,
get a
and
lot of
you'll
people say, well, wait a
overlay
minute, I read the
price on
earnings
that.
and it looks good. It looks good. Revenues are up, earnings per share are up. Like, why isn't it going up? And you can drive yourself crazy, as you just said, by trying to
Well, yeah,
interpret the news like
you
that.
can taint yourself so hard. And I know traders that do it. They'll ignore the price and they'll say, well, but this is a good company or this thing's going to change the world. And it's like, for me, I don't want to know on purpose. And I actually mute people on Twitter that share news for stocks because for me, it's like I don't want it to taint what's going on, because it's like, yeah,
Right.
I'm like you. If I read into it and I say, oh, this is great earnings, and I may miss an obvious short because painted in the back of my head, I think, oh, this company's going to go up. Where if I just followed price, I'd say, oh, well, there's an obvious short point kind of thing.
Yeah, there's something to be said. Ignorance is bliss in that particular case. You
Yep,
just don't know what's going on. You don't care. And it's just pure price action, price and volume action, and that's it. Michael, I'm sure
exactly.
you want to get out of here. So unless you want to keep jamming, but if you want to go, great. If not, we can keep talking.
Yeah, I'll go walk the dogs before
Okay.
I'll see you in the marketing meeting later.
Oh yeah, fun and joy. Okay.
Have a
Okay,
good one.
Michael. Yeah, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I am back. I'm just going to get my music going again. And there we go. All right, guys, keep an eye on this ONN, okay? It is an earnings play, but look what it's trying to do here. It's trying to maybe break out right here. It is still positive for the day and had a huge run in the pre-market based on earnings, and then just an utter collapse. Actually got negative, but it's holding 21, and if we get some volume to start pushing it, obviously it's got room on the intraday charts. Get rid of my announcement. Well, not only is it challenging the high of the day, GLBE, it's challenging yesterday's high, 2111. It's incredible. 2048 is the day before. 2091 is here. I mean, listen, if it takes out the high of yesterday, which is 2111, which I thought would be an absolute impossibility, my goodness, you never know. I mean, the next high is 2251, and then you get up to these areas. So be interesting to see this one tomorrow and see if this euphoric comeback maintains itself, or does it give it up? Is that a question for me, Rajiv? How to use VWAP in a chart? I don't use the VWAP in the chart, but I mean, it would be as simple as just, if you want to add it, you just go to our indicator. Excuse me, sorry about that. You just go to the time frame you want. Just give me a moment. Whoa, that went down the wrong way. So again, Rajiv, are you asking me how to use VWAP in charts? I mean, I can tell you how to put them on. Now, how you're going to use it will be up to you, but I can tell you how you can add it. Excuse me. Okay, so you go to a chart, right click on any chart, so the time frame you want, and then it's just indicators. Right click and click on indicators and VWAP. Okay, and just click on the VWAP, and then you can tell it where you want it to be. Typically people, I think most people, I shouldn't say that. I would say most people want it in the chart area. And then you can, pick the color you want. And that's it. Now, how to use it, that'll be up to you. Okay, but that's it. I mean, it's as simple as that. Excuse me. So you go to the chart. If you want to add the VWAP, right click, indicators, and then go down until it says VWAP. Okay. I don't use the VWAP, and I have the VWAP up here, so I know where it is. And I heard Michael's explanation of it, and of course that is absolutely the right explanation. Maybe another way to describe it, it's the price where there's most of the action is. Okay, most of the action is. And so, as he said, I mean, what if you had one share at $10 and 1,000 at 9? So yeah, your chart might look interesting at 10, but there's no action at 10. So it's just the price that there's like a lot of action, the volume weighted average price. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will just use the VWAP. They'll look at the VWAP. So here, GLBE, I mean, it's way above the VWAP. A lot of people will look at that and go, you know what? There's got to be a mean reversion at some point to the VWAP. Just a minute, please. Yeah, so some people will look at that VWAP at 1802 for GLBE and think, you know what? At some point, this stock has to come back to that big area. Nothing has to happen, in trading. Nothing has to happen. But this is something that people will look at and think, for what they call mean reversion, to get back to that area. Does it have to happen? No. I got knocked out of the elbow. I had another little gain on it. It's just been so. Boy, I wonder if I should get back in again. I mean, now it's at that 23 mark. It's got all that room. Figs. Let's take a look at figs. There's the VWAP at 1004. So what you're saying is it kind of bounced to the VWAP and bounced off it. And yeah, I mean, now does it work like this every single time? Of course not. If it did, well, I wouldn't be here. You guys know where I'd be. Jail. Well, I like to think of something a little more positive than that, but yeah, on my desert island, I used to joke around, say if something worked all the time, I wouldn't be here. I'd be on my desert island with I probably wouldn't even have my laptop. I wouldn't need to trade anymore if I had a desert island. All right, guys, let's see. I've got to stick an alert for elbow over 23 and see if it takes it out in a big way, big volume or something. See, the volume has picked up a bit. Looking at that 15-minute chart right there, so it's picked up a little bit. Not that island, no. Meanwhile, yeah, Veru has been, well, actually it pulled back. Last time I saw it was at $15. So look where it got to. It got to 15.15. What did it get to today? 15.03. So that has temporarily stalled it. Excuse me, temporarily anyway. I say that. I have no idea if it'll take it out, but if it did, then so we got a couple of, I mean, as I say, using this like a watch list, never mind the ones that got stopped out or aren't working, there's the AI in action. So, there was the Hawaiian, and, we had the alert, and it actually pulled back a little bit. You had plenty of opportunity to take it right there at that 16, and then you could be holding it. Okay. The other one is the INBX, which is, the next low looking left is 1356. So if you took this one, that'd be the area that I'd be concerned about it getting through. If you took this one, the INBX. Unbelievably. I mean, I had GLBE in my watch list, but it was, of course, the bias was short, and I thought it would trigger here. The only way GLB can trigger in my watch list on the way up is if it took out yesterday's high. And guess what? It did. That doesn't mean to take the trade. I mean, it's so incredibly. I don't even want to call it extended anymore. I mean, you can call this a bit of a base and then a pop. But man, oh man, this will be so interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Okay, so this is showing up on Zach's scan. This is the first time it actually showed up, I think, anyway, on Zach's topping tail scan. But boy, oh boy, I mean, the next high looking left is what, 20? No, it is 22.51. So, about $1.30 away from that next high. Crazy. And this thing is readily shortable, at least at Interactive Brokers. I mean, there's 170,000 available to short. So I'm sure this is readily available at most brokerage companies. So it's not like, the shorts have not been able to pile onto this, but they've been, if you got destroyed. You got destroyed if you let your ego get in the way and didn't have stops. Okay, that's a better look at the SPY, I guess. I had this a little too tight, so that's a better look at the SPY. Boy, I mean, keep an eye on this elbow. I mean, I'm so interested in this. If it pops out over that whole number again and especially if it does it on some volume, just in keeping with the vein of, an earnings play that got beaten up. I mean, it is still way down. It hasn't had the recovery like the GLBE, but Even the ALLT, another one that I was looking at potentially shorting because it was an all-time low. I mean, this is recovering also, another earnings play recovering. All right, actually, a red bar ignored for EYE on the 15-minute chart. The trigger would have been about 27.75. So this is, in fact, this is a classic red bar ignored. Let me get a big, you hear us talk about red bar and green bar ignored. This is a classic one. You know, this really illustrates it very, very well. Look at that red bar right there. See how it's totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle? You see that in huge uptrend. And then the next candle is green. And of course, it is above that high of the red bar, 27.71. So we call this a red bar ignored. You have a trend, you have a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. Now, does it work like this every single time? No, of course not. Again, if it did, I'd be on that island. But I mean, this is a classic. This is a great example of one. And it doesn't matter the time frame. And then the green bar ignored would just be the reverse. You'd have some kind of a downtrend, and then you'd have a green bar that's engulfed by the previous red candle, and then the next candle is red and continues down. So basically, these are just pauses in the trends, and then the trends can continue. I mean, again, does it work all the time? Of course not. But look at the room I has on that weekly chart. Wow. I mean, on the daily chart even, 30.21. I mean, you can kind of see if it takes out this whole number. I mean, so this had earnings on the 10th. Obviously, not a great reaction. Right there, there was the reaction to earnings on the 10th. And then a bit of well, not a good recovery. I mean, you know, this was down at $22. So it's $28 now. That's a great recovery. But you know what's had the best one? Look at this UPST. Almost took this, but almost doesn't count. Come on. Right in this area here, when it took out that high right there at 41. But look at this recovery, the same sort of thing as the I. I mean, they're not related companies, but same sort of thing. A big beat down on earnings, and then this recovery. I mean, it looks almost, in fact, I bet you that's the same day. That's the 10th. Yeah, that's the 10th. So it's exactly the same day. Again, these are completely unrelated companies. So tempting. EY, the I, EY, EYE. So for me, the best that could happen is it could just kind of base underneath here, this 28, and then pop through on volume and just keep running. For me, it's the whole number. I mean, again, I'm a whole number freak. Whole number phobia. I will say this too, there are a lot of shorts available for this, 2.6 million at Interactive Brokers. So that is, you know, that is maybe a little worrisome also. You know, there's so many shorts available. And I'm sure that, you know, people are eventually going to look at this maybe and say, well, let's take a short at. But I mean, I just look left though. I mean, it's got all sorts of room, and imagine if it could take this out. I mean, look at the room it's got. Well, let's put my alert here. Excuse me, just over 28 and see if it takes it out. And okay, so this, I don't have this as an IPO, I don't think. BGXX, and it's halted. I don't think it showed up. No. Just gonna look at my IPO calendar and see if that BGXX was there. XX or BGXX. You know what? I don't. Oh, I know why I didn't look at it. Now I know why. BGXX. Okay. Well, I guess I should have. I didn't look at it. Saw it yesterday, but because it had 158 million that they were. Now there's something going on here. That's crazy. I don't understand what's going on. 23,000 shares have traded, and it's 158 million in the float. So I don't know what's going on with this. We didn't even have an offer price. So I don't know what's going on with that BGXX. We gotta stay away from it. I mean, there's no volume. I mean, it's halted at 32, and look at this, 1846, 1846. So you mean it's SPAC? But that's crazy that it only traded that amount. EOSE. I saw you guys talking about that one. Wow, no kidding. So what's the float? Actually, it's not low, 46 million. And this was, I see, yeah, it was halted at 162 and it opened at 173. Now, to me, I mean, looks like two will stall it. It looks like it'll stall it. All right, well, my number one focus right now is on the eye. Eye on the eye right now. If it takes it out, that 30.21, that is the next high looking left. And again, this is not a recommendation to do what I may do, okay? I'm just pointing this out. So we've got here, we've got I. Look at here also. Look at here. Some volume coming in. HEAR. But the next high looking, I mean, look at all this on the daily chart at 1950 or so. To me, that's just too close. Only thing about this one is that it is a low float, 14.5 million. I mean, look at, I mean, what happens at a whole number. There's no reason for it. I mean, there's honestly no reason. It should just be another number just like any other number, but it just isn't. And I'm talking about the I. Yeah, there are those who think that, the algos don't care. Okay, the algos don't care that it's a whole number. Yeah, you and I care. I'm just really waiting on this. I mean, it's fascinating. 93, 94, 27, 92, 90, 27, 94. The bid ask for I. I mean, look, ooh, it's getting close. I mean, look at the Albi or the Albo. I mean, it could not get through 23. Meanwhile, EOSC is probably going to is what is it doing? Is it at 2, 181, 186, 189? All right, guys. Twenty-eight, 2804. Love to see the bid get to about 2805, 2806, and break away from that whole number. Of course, the issue is that it's pretty darn extended now in the 5. Yeah, I don't see. There's no specific news on this one today. Just people come trying to well, pick a bottom down here. It was awesome, 22. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to. I've got my alert set up here, so we'll see if it takes it out. 2807. See if it takes it out. Reset it. It's so close. All right, guys. I mean, my only issue right now is that the extension of it, but the market is still looking decent. Another green candle there. All right, another one that's just showing up here is this EGLX. EGLX. EGLX is showing up. Look at that. The 200-day is way up here. Another kind of red bar ignored for EGLX. Yeah, another one of these bottoming tails. I don't think you could have got this one, REKR. I don't think you couldn't have got this one though, right? I mean, this is flashed up and down. Well, okay. The good thing that's happening with the eye is that now we're establishing maybe a little bit of a base in this area. Okay, instead of trying to buy it when it's so extended, maybe a little bit of a base, and then it pops. I mean, that's what prevented me really is just looking at this 5-minute chart thinking, man, it's so extended right now. Well, okay, it's somewhat predicted. EOSE blocked around that 2 mark. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my, here's another one that I thought might have some promise, but nope, not yet anyway. ONON. I'm looking at this break right up here, but it has not broken. Has not broken. Reset my price alert. Again, guys, I mean, the AI, forget the ones that, I mean, I know somebody said there are some other ones, but Do yourself a, make it simple. Just click on the profitable ones and just track them all day long, like a watch list. And it's only cherry picking if you're looking to auto trade, okay? And which we are so against. All right, guys. Now the elbow is starting to, again, get a little closer again to that whole number. This is, this is a little bit different from the eye in that it is sort of basing. Here's 15 minutes, 45 minutes just underneath that whole number. So you can kind of see that if it pops through out of this with some volume, it could have a bit of a run in it. But the problem with elbow, as I've seen all day long, it can get very spready. I mean, right now, I mean, it's not terrible. And this is what I mean by spready, 22.77, 22.85. I mean, it's not terrible, but I've seen it widen to 20 and 30 cents. So that can be the issue. But you can see if it can take this out. I mean, look at the room it's got. It's got $4 up to this area. Now, dare we say that GLBE has a couple of topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. Nothing like a little $9 swing on a $21 stock, but that's what happened, guys. I mean, this was down at 13 something, 21 now, something. I mean, that's extraordinary for this price of a stock. $13.50, okay. I was just eyeballing it. Well, I have to admit, I'm not getting any new alerts. I'm just had to make sure I didn't have my toggle or my sound off. So this will be an interesting one tomorrow. I mean, this is from the AI today. 1446 was the alert. We're at 1379 now. It was an earning play on the 9th, so this is really nothing to do with earnings today. But, it takes that out down here, and that's an all-time low. INBX. So we'll see what happens with this one tomorrow. Now, who knows? Maybe it approaches that all-time low, and then it does like a couple of the other ones have done today and just starts to run from it. All right, I back over 28. Wait a moment, please. Okay, this stupid one just resumed. BGXX, grand sum of 37,000 shares. Well, Zach, I should have been paying more attention, I guess, to Tidewater, TDW. It's alerted 27.57. What did it get up to? Yeah, it would have tacked on another 50 cents, but even if you took it at 27.57, that would be excellent. All right, it's 1:46. Today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'll have to see what's going on there. I'll be put myself on mute for a bit. Peloton, let's take a look at Peloton, PTON. Ugly, just ugly. G-Box, okay, Vicky, G-Box. Let's take a look at G-Box, GBOX. A real cheap one. Let's see, a 15-minute cross. And see, I took out the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on my 15-minute chart. I just wanted to take a look at that 10 SMA. But I'll trust you. Oh, I'm a day trader. I mean, do I ever swing? Ever is a long time. So, but yeah, I'm a intraday trader. How do I prepare? Well, I get up early, my time especially. Start looking at what's happening in the pre-market. Start to get an idea. Well, my idea, big one, was going to be shorting GBLE. Just because that was going to be my idea. That was my number one focus, to short this one once the market opened, assuming it took out the lows, but it didn't happen. But how do I get prepared? I mean, my scans. I just work on. My scans give me the information that I need. No, I didn't. No, I didn't change the settings. I just took them off because I wanted to concentrate just on that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Steve Gomez is a real proponent of it. And so I thought I'd watch that for a while. So I just didn't, because I'm doing so much, I just wanted to be able to quickly see where that was rather than have it all jumbled up with all the other indicators. So, well, not so much. No, I mean, I could even say, I mean, he talks about it, the jam down on the 10, on the 15. So, I mean, if you were in this trade, GLBE, you could, in theory, have been holding this all day, in theory, because it has not ever broken it. Now, you've had some gyrations here, but in theory, so if it touched it and bounced off, that could even give you another entry, in theory. He looks at, well, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart, yes. I mean, look at I mean, this is the same sort of thing. It's just been, if I'd seen it right there, in theory, touched that 2661, bounced off it, and kept going. Okay, in theory. Now, I didn't see it then, of course, but if you use it to keep you in a trade, I mean, let's say for argument's sake, you took this trade at 27 and you're writing it until it, if you have the discipline, until it actually hit this, you would keep in the trade. Now that's pretty far away. I'd like to see it a little tighter. Yeah, it's just something to look at, Vicky. I mean, as you know, I'm not a big indicator guy, but I thought, what the heck? He seems to swear by it. So is this actually is this an FOMC day? Is this actually, I know he's speaking at 2, but it's a date today, the 17th. Well, I guess it could be, right? Oh, it's not? It's not. Okay. He's just going to talk? Okay. Okay. Well, we've got some topping tails now on GLBE, but again, they didn't really mean anything a while back, but we do have some topping tails. The price got up to 2160 odd a couple of times, 3 times, sort of. Let's back this out a little bit more. You can see these topping tails. I mean, eventually the buyers will cede control to the people who want to sell. I mean, eventually. But, there were many times where I'm sure people were guessing here, 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 and here. So, well, again, if you were short this, if you took this short from the AI, the next low is 1356, so it's about a dime away. I mean, if it takes that out, 1246 is the next low. So it would still have some room, and that is the INBX. So the same thing, of course, Vicky, on the short side. There's that 10 SMA. So if a person took this right around here and kept in it until it broke or touched it, You know, it keeps you in the trade longer, I guess. Always looking for ways to keep myself in a trade longer than getting jumpy. Okay, guys, so I think I've had an issue with my with the sound. Can you guys hear the leaf blower in the background? The noise canceling is what I wanted to say. No, you cannot hear the leaf blower in the background. Okay, cool. The reason I asked is that I had the radio on downstairs and somebody said they could hear it, which I thought was very surprising. I thought, oh man, how can that be? But if you can't hear that leaf blower that's basically almost right outside my window, then it's truly working. Okay. All right, guys. Well, the noise canceling is really going to work well now because I'm going to put myself on mute, okay, as I get ready for this marketing meeting. So I'm going to put myself on mute. here. Okay, so the eye is getting closer, guys. The eye is, you know, I mean, it just seems to want to take out 28. But will it take out 28? It's getting really close. I mean, 28.05, 28.09, leave it behind. And again, though, wants to fall right back to 28. It's crazy. Every time I think that global E line or Eon line is going to fall, it just seems like it just keeps being propped up a bit. You know, nothing surprises me. If it took out that high up here, 21.93, later on, I mean, traders could get involved in it again. Nothing surprises me. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, oh, wait a minute. I've got my sound off. That's why. Look at Globe now. Look at it. I mean, again, the next high looking left, I mean, it's still within reach. 22.51. I mean, it's not that far away. Incredible. Yeah, that I don't have on my charts. I don't have a 50, but I mean, it has just been astonishing how strong this has been. There it goes. I mean, there it goes. And you can sort of see, I haven't really talked about the races that much, but you can sort of see what's happening here. You know, there's the globe, and it is, it's up 53 cents. And there it is. I mean, there it is leading the race. I know I haven't had too many questions about the race. In fact, I don't think I've had any questions in 2 days about racing. You know what I've been finding is that later on in the day, it can give, when the market, we have all that excitement at the first couple of hours. Later on the day is when things can really pick up again. You mean my price alert window that looked like this? Give me a moment. Just give me a moment, please. You're talking about the price alerts window? This? Raj? Got to make sure we're talking about the same thing before I explain it. Yes, no. Can you hear me? Okay, Raj, well, I don't know if you can hear me. Hard for me to explain it unless if you have me on mute, you'll have to take me off mute. I don't think I'm on mute. I see everything is working, so let me know when you can hear me, okay? I'd be glad to explain it. Yeah, man, that was too bad. I mean, look at this. We had such a great move in the market, and now we're just starting to fade for the last hour. Whatever he said. Yeah, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything happening. Yes, I do know. I do know that he was speaking. The first reaction seemed okay. I mean, I remember seeing that red candle. Remember, this was green all the way up here. Look, okay, great. Whatever oh, you can hear me now. Okay. So when you talked about the window that popped up, are you talking about this window, the price alerts window? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Okay, the first thing you have to do is go to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then price alerts window. Okay, that's the first thing you have to do, or should do. And when you do that, because you've never done it before, it'll be blank. It should be blank if you've never created a price alert before. Okay, so that's the first thing. So now, all you do is let's see now, gold is something that's really moving. So let's all you have to do to create a price alert, go right onto the chart, okay? And you create a price alert by moving your cursor, that dotted line, put it wherever you want. So let's say it's at 2260, okay? Create price alert at 2260. Now I can change that right now if I want. So let's make it 2250, see if it'll trigger. I don't have to put any notes. If I don't want to put any notes, I don't have to. And I just say save. Okay. Now, what I do is I minimize the window. I minimize the window so I don't have to stare at it. And what I'm going to also do is put a price alert underneath it because I want you to see it pop up. So I put a price alert underneath it. Hopefully it's not going to trigger. Okay. Now, when it triggers, you see what I did is I minimize the window. You don't have to have it up and running the whole time. And when one of these prices gets hit, the window will pop up on your screen. If one of these prices, I mean, wouldn't you know it? Well, let's see. Let me I can put another price alert just, let's see, 2241. Let me put a price alert just underneath that. Again, 2233. There we go. See how it popped up on my screen? And what I do is I sort on the triggered time so that I'll see it right at the top. I also notice how it changes colors. And also I put a sound alert on it with these right click actions. I put a sound alert on it. Just follow this. And the reason I do that is that because I've got a wireless headset, sometimes I wander away from my computer. And so if I hear that sound, that unique sound that I got on here, I can come racing back to see what's happening. But the trick really is to minimize the window, because you don't have to be staring at it the whole time. And it's more powerful this way because when you get the alert, it pops up on your screen, so you can't miss it. And there we go again. Big volume coming in too. Big volume. So interesting. You hit it, Neil. Somebody said for not fighting the trend. I mean, myself included. I mean, kept looking for areas to maybe short this thing, but it's just too strong. I mean, listen, at some point, maybe will it collapse? Maybe. Thing is that it still has room to the next high, which is 24.13. Did I say 24.13? 24.13, yes. The next high is 24.13. So it's up just above. It's just trying to really take this out. The 22.51. It's trying to take that out. And the volume is still, look at the 50, what time is it now? 2:42. I mean, this is turning into a big volume bar right here. You know, it still has a couple of minutes to close. So, you know, it's turning into something that's, you know, pretty decent volume. But, you know, will it continue? I don't know. It's a big pullback for that EOSE. Yeah, it's a mass. That's a big pullback. I see it got up to what, 237 and pulled all the way back to 184. So on a percentage basis, that's a pretty big pullback, but hey, you never know. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. You never know. What did that crazy one do? Nah, that's the end of this one. OKYO, I would assume, you know, I'll have an alert set. This is not going to happen today, but hey, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. OKYO, but that's the end of this one. Certainly, I would think for today. Okay, guys, so I think what I'll do, we got about 15 minutes of mic time for me. So what I'm going to do right now is just, again, just talk a little bit about the test drive. So the test drive is still, you can still sign up for it. You will not get 10 trading days. You'll get basically 8. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it started yesterday. So you'll only have 8 trading days for $11.11. Okay, don't want to mislead anybody. You're not going to get the 10. But if you think it's worth it for $11.11 for 8 trading days, sign up. And if you're a standard subscriber, you want to have access to or to take a look at the AI. I mean, look at HA. I mean, these are some good trades today, guys. And you can have access to the premium service also. So signing up, it's as if you're a premium subscriber, except no auto trading. Okay, no auto trading. It's the only thing you can't do. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, don't worry about that. We don't put you into a subscription. We do this 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. And if you're going to do it, next thing is to do this. Click on my home page, and when you do that, this is what you're going to see. Of course, you want to take out a subscription right now, fine, you can do that. But do the let's get started. If you're going to take this test drive, or even if you're brand new to trade ideas, do the let's get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, and it starts literally from the installation onwards, okay? So please do that. Then you can head to the education section and you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much there is in it. All you really should do is probably focus on these first 4. You've already done the get started. The channel bar, which is up here from our toolbar, click on new, and then the dock channel bar. These are all themed based channels, all layouts, but you can start extracting scans that we've created. So you don't have to know it. You don't even have to know how to create a scan, but you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know what the differences are. Why would you use one over the other? Things like that, okay? Afterwards, if you want to dive into all this, that's fine, but you don't have to. You just get the basics down. Okay, and if you're brand new to trading, we've got this right here, the back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, take the time. It's about, I don't know how long it is, but it starts off with what is a stock. Trading is not easy, guys, okay? There's no shortcut. If your buddy had a new plane and he just threw you the keys and said, okay, drive it, what would you do? You couldn't drive it, fly it. Okay, and here we go. Also from my home page, just give me a moment. From my home page, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, my stock of the day video that I do, and all my scans. Okay, all the scans that I am sharing here. Oh boy, guys, I'm sure you probably have an idea about what I did. Oh man. The tricky balancing talking and trading and other things. Holy smokes. Whew. Let me get rid of this. Can't tell you to take trades, guys. You know, and these are risky. These are high flying things. And look at the market. My goodness, look at the market. So complete recovery from it looked like this was like that little oh moment. And look at this complete recovery. May have helped the global. I don't think so. I think it's just trading on its own. Whew. Well, Scott, we've been looking at this all day, GLBE. So I mean, my thing was it taking out the high. And by the way, welcome to the room. You know, taking out that high right there was so critical. 2165. Well, I traded out of this. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with this. But initially in the morning, we were looking to short this. We thought this was going to be an awesome short. All-time low, got hit hard on earnings. You can see the massive gap after hours yesterday. Big downturn in it. It was kind of holding that gap pre-market. This looked like this was going to be ripe for a short. Little did we know this was going to happen. I'm sure it is, you know, approaching the banana peel. It's been looking like all day long, approaching that banana peel where it's going to go, when it's going to slip and just, you know, fall flat in its face. Yeah, this is, I would never be, personally, I would never be holding this. You know, I mean, I still can't get the thought out of my mind that it did this. I mean, for a reason. I mean, this was earnings and this was an all-time low for whatever reason. For whatever reason, you know, a group, I don't know, got a hold of this here and then other retail investors obviously just piled in. Look at the volume, 20 million, 25 times normal, Israeli stock. I mean, you know, never, ever would I have predicted this. I was jokingly saying this could go positive, jokingly. And look at it now, up 19, up 20% when it was down, I don't know, 30%. My scans are here. So if you go to my homepage, Rio, I'll go to my homepage. So click on my homepage right there, and when you do that, you just go to the scan section right here, scan section right here. And this has been a real producer. I mean, you know, the gap continuation or reverse doesn't mean that every alert you get, you take the trade, but it's been very active. A lot of it has to do with earnings. So I don't know what's going to happen for the balance of the week. Certainly next week, we're really at a low point of earnings. Only about 60 companies releasing earnings. Doesn't mean we won't get any alerts, but anyway, there they are. There are my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. Now look at I, it is starting to, this is not an earnings play, but this is now finally starting to maybe look at the gap, guys. And what's the market doing? Market is semi-rip mode. So remember, so I'm sharing all those scans, but also a ton of scans are up here. Get rid of that announcement. A lot of scans are up here also. Well, these are the ones from the AI, Scott, okay? What you see here, these are the ones from the AI. GLBE is just, from scans that you and I can build. You can build yourself, but these are the ones from the AI. So HA, Hawaiian Holdings, 1597 on the alert, 1670 now. INBX, 1446 on the alert to short. Now, this has popped up, but at one point, this was down here, 1347. These are the AI trades, okay? Or AI alerts. To follow them, this is what I would do. Just click on new from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. Make it super simple. Never mind going to the channel. Make it super simple. This is what you'll see. All I would do is in the filter section, this is a drop down, just sort on the profitable trades. There have been other trades, but why look at ones that aren't working? And again, before people say, well, all you're doing is cherry picking. It's only cherry picking if you want to auto trade, which means you've got to take every trade. And I absolutely do not agree with auto trading the AI. So you treat this like a watch list, track the profitable trades for the day because they can set up various times during the day. Also, for instance, this one right here, INBX. What's to stop this? Maybe it stalls right here at 14 and starts moving down again. You could, wow, look at the globe. I'm not in it now, guys. I know you guys want to short you're so desperate to short this GLBE, but boy, oh boy. So this window, if you open trade ideas before 9:30 tomorrow, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. And again, if you open trade ideas before 9:30 tomorrow, this window will be blank. The earliest alert would be at 9:35. Today, the earliest alert was at 9:48. Okay. And you treat it like a watch list. I know it's not what people want to hear. What they want to hear is that you just take every trade and on the road to riches. And I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. But as a watch list, it'd be awesome. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And if you're wondering why something like GLBE did not show up here, the reason being is that the AI has, I don't know how many strategies right now, but I'll make our next round number, say 50 strategies. So what happens is it goes through what's called an optimization. Well, no, you can trust it, but you don't have to take a trade right away. Okay, you don't have to take a trade right away. People get very hung up on, well, I got the alert at 1597 and now it's 1603. I guess I missed the trade. Okay. So it's not a matter of not trusting it, but there should be some trading experience. For instance, if you got a long alert for something, and all of a sudden you see the market really starting to drift down, big one giant red candle. I mean, as a trader, you'd have to be watching that, saying, why do I want to go long when all of a sudden the market is really selling off? So that could pause. For me, that would be a big pause. The other thing that would make me pause on taking something is, well, what if the 200-day moving average was sitting right on top of it? Okay, I probably would wait for it to break. Just things like that. So, I mean, there is some trading experience. So it's not a matter of not trusting. But nothing is infallible. I mean, just because, all of mine that I am showing here doesn't mean every trade you take. So where did I show up? Where's the first time? Certainly in the gap continuation or reverse. I don't know if that was the first time. 2810. No, I had to show up earlier than that. I know it showed up somewhere. Well, maybe it, now there it is at 27.90. But I'm sure earlier, 27.86, 27.85, 27.82. So I saw this early, fairly early. And oh, here we are. So it was in the gap up and go. But many scans could have shown that. Okay, this happened to show up in the gap up and go, and look at global. Wow, I saw that. The problem with it is that at the very beginning, you see, most of my scans are all predicated on breaking the day's high. I'm looking for a new high. And this is what can happen. If you take a look at if you take a look at I, see the first 15-minute candle, it had a huge surge up. So I would not see this one until it hit 27.74, which, obviously you'd be love to see it here, but in my scans, it has to make a new high. That's just the way it is. Every now and then you're going to get a situation like that. Now, I use new high. You want to use a new 5-minute high? Go ahead. A new, 10-minute high? Go ahead. I use a new high of the day. So yes, I will miss something early if an opening candle looks something like this. It's just the way it is. And the exit levels, the other thing too, Scott, is that some of these strategies are, when they're optimized for maybe a certain hold period, so maybe 60 minutes, maybe some almost at the end of the day. Sometimes there's a profit target, things like that. I personally do not pay any attention to that at all. The reason being is that is the strategy. That's the overall strategy. In my opinion, you treat an alert from the strategy on its own. What do I mean by that? Let's just say, for instance, here's the HA. Okay. So there was the alert and it started to work. Now, right there is 60 minutes. Okay. Right around there is 60 minutes. What if this strategy was a 60-minute hold? As a trader, would you get out of this if you're in at 1593 and it is still moving higher and higher? Why would you get out of the trade? Okay. Yes, the strategy has been optimized for a certain hold period, but that is the sort of the overall strategy. For me anyway, you treat the individual alerts that you get on their own. I never pay attention to the the hold period or anything else. The only thing I would pay attention to is the stop. Personally, I wouldn't pay attention to the target being hit, so-called target being hit. Why? What if it's still working? Why would you take the trade out if the trade is still working? So that's what, it's sort of the man and machine. The machine will give you the alert. Oh, I see. Okay. It's too bad because on mine, let me get a big chart up. Maybe that'll help. On my end, my pointer is huge. Well, there's a big, but you can kind of see what if, you just have to count here. This is a 15-minute chart. So if it took the trade here, then let's just say this strategy, I'm not saying it was, but let's just say the strategy that this HA came from was optimized for a 60-minute hold. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right here. Okay, I mean, just count the candles. These are 50, so 1 hour. Why would you get out of the trade? Just because it's been optimized for a 60-minute hold. I mean, if you want to sell some, I mean, there is a red candle there, but maybe take some off if you want, but why would you get out of the entire trade when it is still working? Just because, it has been optimized for a 60-minute hold. Hopefully that makes sense. It's the strategy that's been optimized, but each alert should be treated on its own. And what I was also trying to say is that if there's a target that was put on and it hit the target, but it's still working, okay, it's still moving higher. Again, why would anybody get out of a trade that's still working? And this is not, just directed to you, Scott. This is a common question. I pay zero attention to targets and I pay zero attention to hold periods. Boy, what a turnaround in the market, though. I mean, I get taking some profit. I get that. I mean, I'm, all for taking profit, but I'm really just talking about this sort of the automation of it. Well, but the thing is though, if you didn't know that something had a 60-minute hold on a strategy or a profit target or something, if you didn't know that, and it was still working and working and working, like a normal trade, you'd never get out of the trade until you had some real event, maybe a breakdown on the 5-minute chart, things like that. Maybe you're following a moving average, all sorts of things. But if you're looking at the AI and thinking, well, that strategy has a 60-minute hold period on it, and it just hit it, so I guess I better be out of the trade. So, Scott, the first thing I would do, two things, okay? I don't know if you heard me before. Okay, so I don't know if you heard me before, but if you click on my homepage, that click. Okay, so this is what you're going to see, okay? So click on the Let's Get Started. Now, you may already have, gone through the download and installation, and maybe you've done your first startup and login and all, the toolbar and right-click magic. But, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these videos. If you haven't done that, that's the very first thing I would do. Okay, again, if you've already downloaded it and the install, then obviously you don't have to do this. But there are 10 videos, and it'll take you about 30 minutes. After that, you can take a look at the education section. Click here, and then take a look at the user guide. But this is what I would do. Forget about all the other stuff. You already done the getting started. You should know what the channel bar is, because we have a lot of scans in the channel bar. They're all theme-based channels. And you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. You should know if you want to create them or just even know what the differences are. At least get this done. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about, really anything else. I mean, of course, down the road, if you want to, get into what price alerts are and sound alerts and all that, but don't overwhelm yourself. It's like any other software program. It can look very daunting when you look You know, at the table of contents, it can look, wow, how am I going to learn all that? You don't have to. You don't have to. Just concentrate on these 4, and that'll get you started. Nobody will be an expert in trade ideas after 10 days or 8 days, how long the test drive, if you just signed up today. But you don't have to be an expert. You can just kind of pick and choose the things you want to do. Yeah, I mean, trading is not easy. The other thing is take advantage of our simulator. Okay, take advantage of it. Practice trading first. Okay, before I know everybody wants to. They just funded your account, and you just got trade ideas, and you want to start trading immediately. Again, I use a little analogy. Your buddy just bought a plane. He throws you the keys, says drive it, fly it. You'd say, what? Of course you couldn't, right? Well, we're giving you this program. Okay, start to trade. Of course you couldn't. And this room is like this. This is nothing new for the test drive. This room is like this Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. So we've got a lot of great traders in the room. You can ask me questions, of course. I am trading also, but you can ask me questions. Today, Chris is not in the YouTube room, so there is no YouTube support between 3:30 and 4:30. But I think I have a link. He does a Zoom. I think I have a link for that. If you want to, just give me a moment. I can grab it. Yeah, so you can sign up here, and Chris will be starting a webinar. Anybody who, and this is basic stuff, okay? You can register. There's the Zoom link. Chris will be starting that at 3:30, and he'll run to 4:30. He does that on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, he is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So I mean, I'd almost like to, before people do anything, it's almost mandatory that they at least take the let's get started, okay? The getting started. Almost prevent them from doing anything until they do that. In other words, not unlocking the program. I know people are very, and again, I'm not talking anybody specifically, but people are very, very impatient and they don't want to learn anything. What they really want, I know what everybody wants. They want somebody to tell them what to buy and sell and when to sell it. I know that. And that's not this room either. I mean, I have, I throw out ideas and I kind of explain what I'm looking at, but I'm never going to say, okay, you should do the same thing. And it's not just myself. Of course, there's many other excellent traders in the room, and they're talking about ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. And again, our simulator is so simple to use. Yeah, so you have to be on the application, okay, as opposed to the web-based version. And this is this window called Brokerage Plus, and you just click on Sim. Now you're in simulation mode. These are simulated trades that I took today. Yeah, I might as well just keep going to 330. What the heck? So again, the room will be open until 3:30. So you know, any questions, you know, fire away. We have another 15 minutes for the room to be open. Okay, so Scott, I would use our simulator, okay? I mean, it's simple, so simple. You don't have to worry about, you know, paper trading your Thinkorswim account or paper trading there. It's so simple. You just click on Sim. I'll show you what it'll look like. I'm going to disconnect, okay? So it says not connected. And so you click on Sim for simulation. Account, you'll see account. And then you click on account. And this box will pop up. And now yours, and then your simulation. It's that simple, okay? I wouldn't mess around with your broker's platform. It uses our real-time data. Okay, so it is a real-time simulator. Yeah, so Daniel, I don't really trade the post-market, but we do have a post-market channel. So the question in our YouTube room was, what do I use for post-market plays? But we do have a post-market channel. So again, if you click on new from our toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar, and then if you scroll down to where it says after hours, so it's after hours, and you can click on this. This will show you the after hour movers. Obviously, nothing is happening here because nothing will start until 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, that's why this is blank. But if you load this channel at 4 o'clock, you'll start to see some. But I don't trade after hours, so doesn't mean you shouldn't or can't. But this is what you could use. And yeah, Scott, it's easy to use. You just click on an alert. Once it says simulator, you just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick a price, of course. But you know, if I wanted to trade I right now, okay, I'll take 300 shares. The spread is you know, it's okay. It's only 4 cents, so I'm going to buy it, and then I'm going to send the order. 2 steps: buy it, sets it up, and then you send, and now you see how it's right here. Okay, so this is in the simulator. It's that easy. Now you can manage your trade. If you don't get out of the trade by the end of the day, then it'll turn into, you can practice swing trading in the simulator if you don't exit the trade by the end of the day. So here's how you can exit a trade. I'm going to highlight this JMIA trade that I took. So you highlight it. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a trade. So flatten gets you out of a trade. Okay, so it took me out of the trade. And if I don't, again, if I don't exit I at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. Wow, too fast for me. The elbow was waiting forever for this little break, but it just popped so quickly now. Also, I'm done. I mean, I'm just not going to do any more trades. The only thing that may intrigue me is the eye. You know, but again, you look left, and there's the next high looking left, 30, 30.21. So, I mean, it's got room still. And as always, if you're new, when I say something like that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Just my style of trading is always looking left on either a daily, a weekly, or a monthly chart. So for instance, when I look at the daily chart of if I didn't see all this, if this were all underneath, so in other words, I could not see the next high looking left on the daily, then I go to the weekly chart. And if for some reason all of this were underneath and I couldn't see it, then I go to the monthly chart. And that's because, you know, I'm more of a momentum trader. I'm always seeing things near the high or the low of the day if I'm looking to short something. So that's why I'm always looking left. I'm saying, you know, because I'm saying, okay, great, you're at the high today. Where could you keep going until you hit the next high? That's my style of trading. And again, this is just the general, it doesn't have to be any, that doesn't mean a person should mimic me. A lot of people think that's crazy, you know, and what they'd rather do is play a pullback. You know, I want to play a pullback if I pulls back to this level, and that's fine. I'm just not good at playing pullbacks. It's that simple. Or more to the point, I don't have a lot of different things to think about. For me, it's very simple. My eye gets drawn to these ones that are trending and are near the high and are trending well. Okay, it doesn't mean they're going to keep going higher and higher and higher, but that's what my eye is drawn to. Another person may look at that and go, I just don't get it. I'd rather wait and have it pull back to a certain level and then take the trade. And that's fine. Everybody is different. Lots of different trading styles. Well, for fun, I'll probably leave this I in. Okay, I won't exit it at the end of the day. Let's see what it does. Now, always have a stop, of course. You know, I'm not didn't talk too much about stops right now, but you know, when you get into a trade, you should actually be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, so you should have some kind of a checklist that unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. It's that simple. Be selective. Don't feel you have to be in a trade, you know, all day long. Be selective. No, any topless window, Mark. Any topless window, you can create a race. Okay, any topless window. It doesn't have to be a topless window with a watch list attached to it. It just happens to be that this has a watch list attached to it. Okay, but what I would do is this, because the guide is really good at explaining how you would start a race on any topless window. Let me just get the oops, wrong one. And the reason I want to direct you to the guide is because you can always go back, you know, I could start talking about it, but you can always go back to the guide. So click on my home page, go to the guide section right here, or the education section, sorry, education section, click here, and then go to the guide, and then you will see, where are you? TI stock race. You click on that, you know, and here it is. I mean, you've got all sorts, you have some videos, there's text, shows you how you would start a race, okay, in any top list window. Okay. So, I mean, if afterwards, I mean, I'll be gone by the time you've probably finished this, but you know, tomorrow you say, you know, Barry, I read this and all that, I don't quite get it. That's fine. You know, you can ask me and I'll, you know, we'll start a race together, you know, from a top list. Okay. So it's really got nothing to do with a watch list. A watch list is, I happen to in the top list window that I got, I attached my watch list. That's why. So it's only going to look at those symbols. What is this stupid thing doing again? So Redbox, I see it. Yeah, it's showing up in your scan, Zach. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers today, anyway. Look at the volume coming in. So again, this is this crazy one. Low float, 8.8 million in the float, and look at the volume that's coming in. It was pretty sleepy all day, and then all of a sudden some volume came in. Well, guys, it's been an interesting day, certainly in the market. I mean, the market has now had a huge bounce after that. It looked like it was really going to collapse, not collapse, but it was in jeopardy of not finishing positive. But boy, then it just turned around. We have an hour almost straight up, especially that big green candle that gave some confidence. And once that high right there was taken out. All right, guys, I think maybe I will wrap it up now. I know it's about 3 minutes before the 3:30 mark, but unless there are, are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any other questions. I just try to draw it out in case somebody has a last minute question. Okay, I don't see any. Wow, okay, guys, well, thanks a lot for all the help, as usual, all day long. And makes the job as a moderator super easy when there's tremendous civility in the room. A great room. Everybody respects each other, which is fantastic. So I will open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and we'll do this all over again. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.